Talk Show. Recorded live.
Welcome to the Lost Lowdown, podcast number 79, with your hosts, Claude and Justin.
What's up, guys?
We're talking about episode 614 today, The Candidate, the Jack and Locke-centric episode. That was pretty much the most action-packed of the season, right?
Wow, yeah. I thought last week had a lot of action, started the finale, but yeah, this was really nonstop and moving from here to there and gunfights and, you know, a lot of intensity. And definitely still, again, felt like part of a finale episode.
You know, there's nothing like a Lost finale. You know, there's nothing like these people on some sort of vessel thinking it's their way off the island.
Yeah.
You know, someone's trying to stop them or someone's about to die, and of course there's guns, and of course there's plans, and of course there's, you know, secret plans.
Yep.
But no, this was such a crazy episode. You know, we just finished recording our season 6 retrospective, you know, a couple days ago.
Yeah.
The day this episode aired, and you know, there's a lot of stuff we talked about, you know, and theorized about what was going to happen next. But one of the things I didn't really expect was how quickly they got to the plane. You know, once they joined Locke's camp, boom! The next day they head to the plane. I guess I felt like they were going to stall more or something.
Me too.
Some other drama, but they went straight there. They went straight to the Hydra Island. You know, I mean, obviously Sawyer and that group were already there. The
stuff they did in this episode, I thought was going to be the finale.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I can't predict what they're going to do. Like, this stuff's over now, so now what? Like, I really don't exactly know where this story's going anymore. And I didn't before, and I still don't.
I feel like just generally, I think, you know, it's just going to be, you know, it's not going to be about them trying to get off the island. It'll be whatever the last big question of the island is, will be the end. And then what does Jack or whoever else is alive do in the end to either stop or not stop Locke?
Right. Yeah. No, I can see that, but there was a clear, you know, we're going to go over there, we're going to get on the plane, and we're going to leave the island together. Like, that was the stated goal for a long time, and, like, that's just gone now.
Yeah.
It's beyond that. Locke's group is over with. Like, they're just I guess they got blowed up and they scattered, and I don't even know what the point of that was, but it's not even about that anymore.
Yeah. You know, they didn't blow up the plane, so I'm curious if the plane will somehow come back
to the plane.
Question. Yeah, I mean, like I said before, I really have no hope that plane, that they really would try to fly the plane. You know, the big thing for me is the windshields are broken, and I just don't see how you can attempt to fly a plane with no front windshields in the cockpit. So I don't think the plane is going to fly, but the fact that it didn't blow up means it's still in play.
True.
You know?
True.
But overall, I thought it was a kick-ass episode. There was so much going on, and so many deaths and
man,
you know, it's just
crazy.
It was pretty incredible.
Yeah. We don't ever get in a non-finale episode. We don't get this many deaths normally. No. Main characters too, and
original characters.
Yeah,
you know.
Original from the pilot characters. Yeah, that. Yeah, as soon as I watched this, I immediately wanted to take back that little thing I had about how, you know, so we'll be back to see Ji Yeon soon. She's only going to be gone a week, right? Yeah, that's not going to happen.
Yeah, no, it's not.
Man.
I was a little surprised. I was really thinking Sun was going to make Jin leave so he could go raise Ji Yeon, and but he couldn't. He just couldn't leave her. It just, you know. I gotta say, the writers it was so harsh to get Sun and Jin back together after all this time. The very next episode, not only split up, but they're dead. You know? Spoiler alert. But I just thought that was so, that was so hardcore of just like, nope, you guys die now.
Yeah.
You know, I was really hoping they would end up being Adam and Eve. Some crazy way. I was hoping it was them, and they could have their Jin could keep his promise of never leaving her again. That way. I see. Yes.
Yeah. Well. Yeah. They got their reunion scene. They got one short scene in this episode, and then they're just dead.
I almost feel like that scene in the cages was. Now that I look at it, it seems like that's a clue that, okay, they're not, they spend the scene with them talking, about not anything important plot-wise, and it's like maybe that's a sign they're about to check out.
Yeah. I didn't take it as that at the time. And, this episode is the first one where it really, I would just say, I don't know, it got real that this is the end of the show.
Yeah.
They really can just kill a bunch of main characters, and the story is going to go to a final place, and I can't just count on what I could in the past, that the show will go on, for the most part the characters will still be around.
Mm-hmm.
That was usually a, pretty reliable thing, and, this is just episode 14. There's plenty more that's going to happen. And I think you saw that they actually extended the finale episode by 30 minutes. So there's going to be even more stuff in the finale.
That's the 30 minutes where Sun and Jin come back.
So I don't know. That's good, but there's plenty of story time, and we've already got this, and I don't know. It's getting kind of crazy to watch. Like the characters that I've lived with for so long are just coming to their end.
Mm-hmm.
And it's just this. I knew we were in the last season by some of the earlier stuff that happened, but I think a drastic move like this really, put it in my face.
That's a great expression. And I got to say, Saeed, we talked about Saeed redeeming himself, and, I figured he'd get some sort of redemption by the end of this. Yeah. And he tries to commit a selfless act at the end, and, hopefully it's enough for him not to get trapped on the island like Michael.
Yeah, I don't know. He did something sort of similar to what Michael did.
Mm-hmm.
But it was nice that they got him, one last round of Saeed analyzing a bomb, and
it was great.
It's like classic Saeed stuff.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, it was good to see that, and they definitely gave him the Darth Vader style death that they kind of foreshadowed, I think. With Hurley by having him. We didn't really know exactly where he stood, but we find out, yes, he didn't kill Desmond, and then he takes the bomb, and that was pretty satisfying to me. I'm okay with that.
Mhm. It's such a I think the worst part of this episode, really the worst part of that whole sequence was Sawyer. I think Sawyer was the most disappointing aspect of that whole thing, especially considering Jack. Jack basically playing the Locke role, the John Locke role of saying, "Let's have faith. You have to believe me. You have to trust me." And Sawyer playing the Jack role, being a skeptic and saying, "Well, I don't. Sorry." And then basically, sort of getting everyone killed, or, the people who died killed, and it's, now he's going to get a sense of what Jack feels like.
Yes.
Having the responsibility of people dying because of his inability to just think about it for a second. And that's the thing. That's what he always complained about with Jack was very reactionary.
Yes.
Yeah,
exactly. Yeah, it's really it's really tough that Sawyer really was the catalyst for all that stuff happening.
Yeah. Considering he's been the guy leading the charge for a long time, the fact that he's the one who kind of gets them killed is pretty disappointing. And I also got to say, it must have been weird for Jin to be back on another sea vessel with a bomb on it.
Oh, yeah.
Another vessel with C4 on it. What are the odds?
Yeah. Yeah, that's kind of ridiculous.
He survived one of those, and, he wasn't going to survive a second one.
Yeah. Yeah. He got lucky in the previous one.
Yeah.
He was on the surface, that's I guess that is a classic Lost thing now, just, being on some kind of vessel and having a bomb.
Mhm.
That's just one of the things they do.
Yeah, totally. So, anyway, in terms of a rating, geez.
Yeah.
It's as good as I can probably rate an episode.
Yeah. I agree. It was hard. It's hard to watch in a way because it's it's very exciting, but it's so final. I don't know. It's hard for me to get because I know it's going to get worse than this.
Mhm.
As far as being having this finality, but. I guess they're easing us into it or something. Still, though, yeah, it was. I liked a lot of parts of it, and it was very good. But still, it was just there's something hard to watch about it.
Mhm.
So all the characters, besides the deaths, all the characters were just suffering. It was, even the Flash Sideways was just really sad, and so it was just I don't know. It was a very depressing episode.
Yeah, it was pretty depressing.
But I definitely would have to rate it highly because I think it was very good.
Yeah. All right. Well, you want to get into the episode?
Yeah. Let's do it.
All right. The candidates. First scene. We're flash sideways. Jack wakes John up post-surgery. John recognizes Jack and Jack tells him they were both on flight A15 and reminds him they met at the baggage claim office. Jack tells John he was hit by a car. His dural sac ruptured, but Jack repaired it. Jack thinks John is a candidate for a surgery that could fix his initial injury and possibly even allow him to walk again. John declines the offer. Then a frantic Helen enters and sees John and then thanks Jack for saving John's life. So a quick first scene.
Yeah. So we find out that Jack didn't completely fix Locke. He just kind of repaired the injury from Desmond, I guess, hitting him.
Yeah.
I thought he would go all the way with it, but then
I figured once you're in there, why not do the whole job?
Yeah, that's what I thought too. But then the whole episode was about Locke refusing the surgery, so they couldn't have him do that if they wanted that to be the plot.
Yeah, totally.
So but he wants to do it. This is. I don't know what to make of the Flash Sideways story. It definitely works, but it feels like it belonged earlier in the season. Because it, there isn't very much. I mean, no one has the awakening or anything. I mean, there's definitely references, but no one really realizes about the connections. It's just a very, centered on the characters and what they're going through, Jack wants to fix things, can't let things go. Learning about how Locke got in the wheelchair. Jack and Claire make some kind of connection, but it's just very, I just can't see. I mean, we're getting to the end of that story, and I just can't see where this is supposed to fit in.
Yeah, well, one thing I'd say is that there wasn't a lot in terms of characters realizing the other side, but there was a little bit more about characters realizing the 815 connection, and people just being like, okay, well, this is weird. I mean, Jack has met, 4 or 5 people now who are on that flight?
Yeah.
Something's up. But you know what I think they're doing with John and his getting the use of his legs back? I think they're trying to do a sort of bookending quality of that, and I feel like he's not going to get use of his legs back until the finale or very close to it, just like he got use of his legs on the main timeline in the pilot.
Oh.
So I think they're slow playing that for the symmetry of it. That's my thought,
okay.
Of how it's going to play out.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah, I went from thinking they wouldn't do it, from thinking they'll definitely do it, to they won't do it, to they're going to do it now. And now it's like, really? Like, after this episode, they're going to come back and he's going to do it now?
Yeah, I think part of it is that they're playing with the connection between Jack and Locke, man of science, man of faith, and this whole idea of trust and this whole idea of, the whole I wish you'd believe me thing.
Right.
And so just like in the main timeline, Locke wanted Jack to trust him and have faith in him, and now the roles are reversed where Jack wants, in the Flash Sideways, Jack wants John to trust him. But I also think that when John gets use of his legs back, I feel like that will be a very powerful moment that will connect him to the main timeline. I think that might be another reason they're saving that. That might be the final, the final connection or something. That might solidify the whole connection between the two worlds somehow.
Okay. Yeah. I still don't see, and then what? I mean, I guess I'm not supposed to. It's going to come at the end, but...
Yeah, then they fade to white, and then I don't know.
Yeah, it's just, I don't know. It's hard to see. I thought I got it, and then they just kind of swerved away from what I thought they were doing.
Mm-hmm.
But, yeah, that sounds plausible. I mean, definitely getting his legs back would be a really strong connection with the islands and the original timeline for him. So
yeah,
that sounds pretty plausible to me. Yeah, also I think this episode made me realize that, well, I'll save that for later.
Teaser. Teaser alert.
Yeah, so I think Desmond hit Locke just so he would have that realization moment, but it does seem like it hasn't happened.
Yeah, I feel like for whatever reason it didn't have the immediate effect Desmond thought it might have. And what it seemed to have done was just get Locke back into Jack's hospital. Yeah. Which is very important in the long run, I think. But it didn't just sort of instantly give him, a connection, an understanding of the connection to the other timeline. Yeah. Yeah. All right, so you want to go to the next scene?
Yes.
We're on the island. Jack wakes up in a beached outrigger. Sayid, cleaning a gun, tells him they are on the Hydra Island. And scene. I'll go to the next one. At the Hydra station, Widmore attempts to put Sawyer, Kate, Hurley, Sun, Jen, and Frank into everyone's favorite bear cages. Sawyer protests, taking the gun away from Seamus. Widmore fires a couple of shots and threatens to shoot Kate. Sawyer wants to call his bluff, but Widmore tells him he has a list of names and Kate isn't on there. Kate wants to call Widmore's bluff too, but Sawyer relents, and they're all put into the cage. Widmore assures Sawyer he's doing this for their own good. Widmore tells his men to get the fence up as soon as possible since he's coming. And they're probably not talking about Santa Claus.
Probably not.
Probably not.
Although that would be surprising.
Yeah, it's another one.
Yeah, so again we see Seamus not really cut out for the work he's doing. Sawyer just easily disarms him. And it's really Widmore that has to step in to actually take control of the situation. And, you know, I think he meant it. I mean, I think he really is willing to shoot people if he has to. You know, and again, they have this little exchange with Widmore and Sawyer. This, you know, you won't believe it, and Sawyer's like, you're right, I don't believe it. You know, that's he said that same thing about killing the Ajira people, and so we basically find out that, you know, he's trying to protect the candidates, and I conclude from that he very well may have killed. I mean, I already believe this, but this is just extra in terms of him killing the Ajira people. Because I don't think he cares about them. I think he feels about them the way he does about Cade in this scene. You know, he doesn't care. He didn't necessarily want them to die, but he doesn't care whether they die or not. And if they're in the way, I could see him just, you know, killing them.
Totally.
So
it was strange to see Widmore running out there with a gun, and it was very strange to see him shooting the gun like that.
Yeah.
It came off a little awkward to me for some reason. But, yeah, I mean, I have to believe he would have killed Kate if it came down to it. Yeah, like you said, not that he would want to, but it didn't. But if he had to, he would. What list is he talking about? I wonder where did he get a list of names?
Oh, that's a good question.
You know?
Ooh. Yeah, I just took for granted that the names really seem to be the candidates, but why does he have the list?
Yeah, exactly, because we've been wondering that before about, you know, how does he know who to protect and all that stuff. But it's strange that he's got a list of names.
Yeah, that is strange. I mean,
if Jacob didn't tell him, I don't know how he knows.
Yeah, I know. Like Alana had the names from Jacob. We haven't seen Jacob ever talk to Widmore, so I really don't know what to think about that. But again, he does seem to just know stuff. I mean, several times he's demonstrated that he knows stuff that happens on the show. And so if they want to explain that, you know, I guess I can't think of any other way than that he has some kind of, you know, supernatural agent informing him like Jacob.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know how else he could really know a lot of this stuff. You know, unless when he was on the island, he went down into the cave or something and copied the names down. I mean, you know.
Yeah, but I mean, when was Kate's name crossed off? You know, like.
Yeah.
That's the question.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Is that not this scene?
Probably not.
Oh, okay. Yeah, no, you're right. That's not this scene. Yeah, so they got thrown in the cages like, oh, wow, really? Really? Back to that? But they're really not in there very long at all.
No.
It's a minor point.
Yeah.
I have to say, the thing about this episode that was kind of exhausting is the number of different motives there are at the same time. Like, it gets kind of exhausting figuring out who's doing what and why.
Yeah.
You know, like, I trying to untangle it is just kind of a mess, because a lot of the characters, you know, they're doing things for their own reasons and they have their own sort of motivations. And, I mean, that's always sort of true, but in this case it's just particularly complicated, I think.
Yeah, there's a lot going on.
Like Jack decides he's going to help Locke, but he doesn't really trust him, you know, and like Sawyer says he trusts him, but he's lying, and, you know, then there's Saeed who's covering stuff up, but he's still going along with helping them, and, you know, then there's Locke, and of course he's being deceptive and doing his own thing, and then there's Widmore, and he's got his own agenda, and it's just kind of really complicated.
Mhm.
What's going on here? Like, I guess I envisioned more of a two sides kind of thing, but you have a lot of individuals doing their own thing, and it's not that clear cut.
Yeah.
You know, because it's sort of like Locke's team versus Widmore's, but Locke's team comprises the people he wants to kill for the most part. So
yeah, the whole war thing, you know, we thought, okay, the war was you could see the sides of the war, and it really it wasn't much of a war. I mean, it was so far just some battles, but yeah, it didn't. It wasn't a big standoff like I thought it would be somehow at some point.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
What were you gonna say?
I'll save it for the next scene.
Next scene?
The next time we come back to this.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Well, I guess that's it.
Next scene, we flash sideways. Jack visits Dr. Nadler at a dentist's office. It's Bernard. Jack asks Bernard about John's medical history, attempting to find out about his initial injury. Bernard asks Jack why he's interested, and Jack tells him he and John were both on A-15. Bernard remembers Jack from A-15 and thinks Jack might be onto something. He gives Jack the name of another man who was injured with John in the same accident, Anthony Cooper. Boom.
Oh.
So we find out that, of course, Locke's dad, or we find out that Anthony Cooper was in the same accident with Locke, and of course Anthony Cooper is Locke's dad. Right.
And I guess presumably is still, you know, the guy who conned Sawyer's parents.
Mhm.
So I guess I'm expecting that connection to come up at some point.
Yeah, I can see that.
Bernard is weird in this scene.
Yep, he sure is.
I don't think I've ever seen him quite like this. I don't know. He's playing it with this. What is it? Tell me out. What is he doing here?
He's a cool customer. I don't know. He's just very. He's not. I don't know. He's just very. I don't know what it is. I don't know what's going on with Bernard in this scene. I can't put my finger on it, but he's definitely a little strange, just from what we know about Bernard. But I mean, I guess he just wasn't. I mean, this is, you know, one of the few times we've seen Bernard not complaining about something or being upset about something, and he's sort of helping Jack and interested in what Jack is doing. You know, he says you might be on to something, you know, and I like that he says that, but I don't understand what he means, because Jack comes to him and says, someone who was on a flight with us was injured in an accident, and I want to find out why. And then Bernard says, you might be on to something. I'm like, what do you mean by that? Like, it's like there might be, like Jack has valid reasons for looking into Locke's initial injury because they were all on the same plane together. Like, it doesn't really add. That doesn't really. The logic isn't exactly clear cut to me there. You know. But it's like I know what he means, but I just don't understand what he thinks he's saying.
Right. Well, having him say that, I mean, I feel like that's. It comes across like Bernard's in the know, or that he's in on something. Like he comes across as slightly mysterious. And
well, the whole like you know he writes down Anthony Cooper's name, and then Jack says, "You remember that from 3 years ago?" And he's like, "Of course I do."
Yeah.
And it's like, well, why do you?
With no explanation. It's just, of course I do. Because you've got a good memory. Dentists always remember things.
Mm-hmm.
What are you talking about?
Dentists never forget. You know?
Yeah, I'm not aware of that. It was inexplicable. Like, I didn't really understand. And he just seemed, and again, with the you're onto something comment, it seems like he's, you know, the fact that they're having all these connections I feel like that's a fundamental point of this Flash Sideways thing. I'm probably on pretty solid ground saying that, but just the fact that even in the alternate universe, all the people on Flight A15 and, of course, even the subsidiary people who weren't on the flight are all still connected.
Mhm.
And so somehow they're just really connected in some like general way that wasn't just the fact that they crashed on a plane together. I feel like that's what they're saying.
Yeah, I think it's I've been wondering about that. I don't would they be connected in any timeline, any universe? I don't know. I feel like they're connected in the Flash Sideways because of their connection with going to the island. Because they were people whose lives intersected with the island at some point. And since it's not just the people who are on 815, since it's Kimi, it's Omar, it's all of these other ancillary characters too. I feel like since I feel like the Flash Sideways is predicated on the main timeline, I feel like they're really. I feel like these people are in the main timeline. They're connected because Jacob chose them, and in the Flash Sideways, they're connected because of their connection to the main timeline. So I wouldn't go so far as to say in any set of circumstances, in any universe, in any timeline, all of these people would be connected by some fundamental reason outside of Jacob, outside of their connection to the island. I still think it's because of their connection to the island that they're connected.
Okay. And it's just because this timeline is seemingly a result of stuff that happened on the island that people who are connected through the island are still connected here?
Mhm.
Okay. Yeah, I can sort of buy that. It's coming across, I guess, because we see, the island underwater. We don't see anything, we don't see Jacob or we don't see anything from the island seem like supernatural stuff happening. It's coming across like they're just destined to have their lives intersect for some reason.
Yeah, but it's obvious that the reason is they're connected to the main timeline, right? I mean, all of these, Charlie and Desmond and Hurley, they all have these very palpable connections to, Libby. All these people have these very specific connections and memories of the main timeline, and that's what's drawing them together, right?
Well, I guess so, but it seems like some of them, or even the majority of them, are connecting without those memories.
Well, they're definitely connecting without those memories, but that is the connection that they all share, though. You know what I mean?
Right. So, are you saying there's some kind of force operating in this alternate universe that's still drawing them together, even though there's no island, like the island? Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's some force that wants them to figure out that this timeline is not real.
Okay.
There's something there that is bigger than their wish for this timeline to work out. As much as a lot of these people have it pretty good, there is some force that makes it where Locke goes to Jack's hospital. Makes it where apparently the only hospital in town is Jack's hospital. You know what I mean? Things like that where I feel like there is some force that's driving them together. In the main timeline, that was Jacob, that was the island, and I feel like in this timeline, the Flash Sideways, it's the fact that they are all connected in a previous life that is bringing these people together. And the fact that they were all in 815, and it's like they, it's a very specific thing you can recall. Oh, I was on that plane too. Oh, okay, yeah, so was I. Oh, he was there too.
Yeah.
That doesn't usually happen in life.
True.
where people who you come across, you were just on the same plane with them from international flight.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. No,
And I think they're going to realize that the connection they all share is A15, and I wouldn't be surprised if someone says gets hip to the idea, especially since I think Libby mentions being on an island or something like that. If any of them have memories of the island, and definitely if any of them have memories of a plane crash, I wouldn't be surprised if we get some line of like, well, hey guys, we're all on A15. What especially like Dan, someone like Dan could say, well, what if the difference was we here this time we made it landed or something. Not that he was on the plane.
Well, yeah.
But maybe that's the difference is this time it landed. Maybe it didn't land before, guys.
Right.
So I think that'll be something they figure out.
Okay. Yeah, I mean there are those characters that that were never on the plane and still weren't on the plane.
Mm-hmm.
Who yet are still connected to the island in some way.
I think it's. Yeah, go ahead.
That seems to be the the common the link they all share. But I mean the plane still seems significant. It's just it's not the only thing that links them, I guess.
Yeah.
So I guess. Pretty much all the main characters were on the plane, with the exception of Ben, maybe.
Mm-hmm.
Even Desmond ends up on the plane this time, even though he wasn't on the plane originally.
Yeah. Yeah, that was a weird one. That was a weird move.
Yeah. Yeah. But he was, he was the one who caused the plane to crash, so he was very connected to it. But
yeah,
and of course, Ben was on the island when the plane crashed. So yeah, I think you're probably right. It's just I don't know. In this episode, and particularly just in general, like when they're not having. Yeah, I guess they do keep having these echoes of the original timeline, and so that it does seem to mean that they're connections. But it's just I don't know. There's just something that seems universal about it. I guess because the only two universes we've seen, they're connected.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe more than universal, like meta-universal,
trans-universal or something.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, but, you're right. We've only seen two, and this one was probably created by the original one, so,
Yeah.
It is weird, though, because it's like the island is exerting its influence, even though the island isn't there in this other universe.
Mm-hmm.
It's there, but it's, underwater, and presumably, lacks some of the power that it had in the original.
Yeah, I just don't think this timeline was meant, I don't think this timeline was meant to exist, and I feel like there's some fundamental quality of it that it's almost like the timeline itself wants to come to an end. Like I said, I have the feeling of, the universe or destiny or fate or something is just decided to indulge these guys and say, okay, fine. You went to the trouble of igniting a hydrogen bomb, the physics of that, it allows this other universe to be created. But I feel like it's just sort of indulging them, letting them have their fantasy world, letting them have their second chance. But it seems like it was a house of cards that was doomed to fail, that was doomed to collapse at some point. Somebody was going to get injured at some point and realize, something was up. All it took for some people was just to see, someone else and they had memories.
Right.
So it wasn't. It's not like this universe was set up to really mask the truth forever. It was very veiled. Libby just saw Hurley and she had memories. Dan just saw Charlotte and he knew he loved her. And then that night he wakes up and writes down quantum mechanical equations. So
right.
It just the veil between the two worlds was pretty thin. And I feel like it's, I felt like it was just doomed. It was doomed not to. It was doomed to fail, and I think in that way, that's why their connection is important. That's why they keep intersecting and seeing each other, because that makes that point clear.
So you think this is heading towards this whole universe collapsing or disappearing or being negated somehow?
Yeah, totally.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know what else could happen.
Yeah, I guess I don't either. I feel a little disappointed. Like I kind of, they're not the main characters, but they're versions of them, and so I kind of like them, and I don't really want them to disappear or vanish or whatever. That's not what I'd prefer to happen. I don't know exactly what I want to happen, but it'd be disappointing to me if there were no more, Jack with the Sun and Dr. Linus and Locke the Substitute and Saeed the Translator and Sawyer the Cop, and all these characters are just, I like them.
Yeah. Well, that's the thing. They're pretty much the same as the main timeline characters, and I think once everyone in the Flash Sideways realizes the main timeline exists, then they're effectively the same people. If they get their memories back of being on the island, then they're even more the same. So I feel like something's going to happen where the consciousnesses merge, or maybe they get to choose to stay in the alternate timeline or not, or something weird like that, but none of them do, or but I think it I think it's destined to break down.
Okay. All right. It just seems like if they get their old memories, they still won't be the same because, they have, unless their own memories disappear, because they have a lifetime of memories already that are different, in significant ways from the memories of the island the original characters.
Yeah.
So even if they got their original timeline memories, they'd be like, they'd have like double memories.
Yeah.
That wouldn't be the same. It would be some weird augmented double life person.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Well, considering most of the people in the main timeline are dead now, that might be even the best case scenario in terms of, you're saying you like these characters, and a lot of them are dead in the main timeline.
Yes, that's true. That's true. Yeah, I see what you mean.
Yeah. All right, you want to go to the next scene?
Okay.
We're back on the Hydra Island beach. Saeed explains that Jack was knocked out by a mortar attack from Widmore and that Locke saved him. Those who survived the attack scattered in the jungle. Jack asks why they are on the Hydra Island, and on cue, Locke enters telling Jack his friends got captured and they must rescue them. Locke wants to break Jack's people out of the cages and make it to the Ajira plane. Jack says they aren't his people and that he's not leaving the island. Locke hopes Jack changes his mind. He tells Jack he needs Jack's help to convince everyone that they can trust Locke. Jack asks Locke how he can even trust Locke. Locke tells Jack he can trust him because he can kill Jack and everyone else whenever he wants. But he wants to save all of their lives. He asks Jack if he will help them. End of scene.
Oh, I guess he says yes.
But Jack doesn't say anything. It ends on Jack just, looking pensive.
No, I know, but based on what happens later.
Oh, yeah.
I didn't realize they left Jack to think about that one.
It reminded me of Sayid. You know, I don't care about who saved me. I just care about who I trust, Jack. So if you want me to take that pill, I'll take it.
Mm-hmm.
And it just, it ends on Jack, just looking, thinking, but it doesn't. They don't actually say what decision he makes.
Yeah. Okay, you're right. It's just like that. Yeah, so as I mentioned earlier, we find out here that the people who are with Locke, which is basically the others who decided to leave the temple, just either got killed or they just ran into the jungle.
Mm-hmm.
What a great, God, what a waste. What were they doing with that? I'm at this point in the story, I'm really confused as to why they did that. Like,
well, I think there's been a pretty marked, a pretty specific agenda here on the part of the writers to get as many characters off of the island as possible. In terms of killing them and stuff, and just whittling the number of alive people on the island down to as few as possible. So. I really think that's what that's about.
Oh, that's okay.
Yeah, I really think it's just now we don't have to, because that's what Sayid says. Now it's just the three of us. Hint, audience. That's all you have to worry about.
Yeah.
Now I think, of course, Cindy and Zach and Emma are still around, and some of the other stragglers are probably still around. If anything, I would say, push comes to shove, Locke is just going to scour the island in smoky form and kill anyone else left alive.
Yeah.
Whenever he gets the chance. But but I would have to say those people are probably effectively dead. Except for Zach, Emma, and
right.
Cindy, they might get some other ending. But
yeah.
The rest of the others, I think, are just we don't have to worry about them.
Yeah, I see. I guess so. I mean, they had to clear out the temple. Because that, it was going to be a problem if there's just a whole bunch of people at the temple. They were even supposed to go there in the first place.
Yeah, well, it started with the flashes, the time flashes when they killed most of the Losties.
Yeah, that
and
was,
the arrow
yeah.
attack. That was the first round of, okay, let's kill a lot of people. Then they killed the people at the temple, and
Heard, yeah, and the Ajira passengers.
And then the Ajira passengers, yeah. So it's like if you're not, one of the main important people, you're getting killed pretty fast.
So they just, whittled down the island population.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that definitely seems like what they did. I'm just wondering, maybe more of an in-show explanation in terms of, what was Locke planning to do with those people? Let's assume that
he would have just killed them all.
Oh, okay.
He would have just... whoever was going to leave with
everybody,
him, the Losties, the candidates, and the others.
Whoever else was with them.
They all would have died.
Okay. All right.
Remember, he wants to kill every living thing on the island.
I do.
That's apparently true.
I do. Dogen said that. I guess he was right. I thought he was overstating things.
Yeah.
But
I will have to say, we talked on the last podcast about and of course a lot before that about Locke and how evil is he and what are they going to say about him at the end of the day. And I was holding out hope that they would somehow, make him, he's the villain, but I thought somehow they were going to make him be reasonable or the only bad stuff he did he would have done is just sort of kill indiscriminately, but that he really wouldn't mind taking the candidates off the island with him because he could do what he wants and he doesn't have to kill them. But I have to say they fooled me. He really had me going all season, pretty much. Of just really, all I've ever tried to do was help you guys, and all I wanted for us to leave, and we can't. When he says we have to leave, all I ever wanted, Richard, was for you to come with me, and I just want to, I just want to leave together, and it's like, okay, that sounds like a good plan. They can all leave together. He's not that bad if he just. You can't blame him for wanting to leave. Yeah. It's like, okay, give him some points for wanting to take people with him, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, no. No. So I'm off of that. I'm off of that page of thinking he has any redeemable qualities.
Okay.
And when you try to get the Lossies into a sub and blow them up,
you're off
you're the bad guy.
Christmas list.
you're evil incarnate, I guess. I have to believe that now.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I thought he was evil all along. I never really didn't think that. I stand by the point that they've given him characterization, and I'm interested in him as a character. I definitely think they've developed him, and and much more than they have Jacob. And so I think in the end he is the. It's hard not to sympathize with a character you know better. And even though he's trying to kill all my favorite characters, I understand why he's doing it, and at this time, I don't know why he's been put in this position.
Mm-hmm.
So, I still think he's evil, but at the same time, I get where he's coming from.
Mm-hmm.
And I at least feel like he's a character that I can relate to in some way.
Yeah.
Whereas Jacob is just utterly confusing to me.
Yeah.
I have no idea what he's about. He's just all over the place for me. I don't know who he is as a character, and I don't know what his deal is. So yeah, basically, I still think there's some, there's a certain amount of ambiguity about both characters, but at the same time, he always came across to me like the villain, and of course, that can go wrong in the case of an Abaddon. I think in this case it was just correct.
Yeah. So did you see? My problem was I trusted him.
I see. I never trusted him.
See, he came off as a person who was very, forthcoming in the beginning. And I'm like, well, if he's the bad guy, why is he, telling everyone all of this stuff that is true? He tells Sawyer he can be the protector of the island if he wants. And it just seems like, well, if you have so much to lose, why would you do that unless you have somewhat good intentions? But of course, it was just part of his whole plan to. That's the thing. That's how you get people to trust you,
Right.
And he never said anything that really would have stopped his plan.
Yeah. You do things that seem trustworthy. I got the sense that that's what he was doing, and there was a lot of signs that he was willing to be manipulative and to lie if he needed to, or if it served his purpose. I mean, he did lie sometimes.
Yeah.
So I didn't trust him. I feel like more recently he started lying, but in the beginning it seemed like he wasn't really lying at all about anything. I mean, there's probably some stuff, but I just mean, generally speaking, in the beginning I just got the sense he's just telling everyone the truth, and then, towards the middle of the season and on, and he started, like when he started seeming more like Locke, or the original Locke, when he, things seemed to be falling apart. He seemed to be willing to lie and to be more secretive and to be more deceptive. But I definitely saw that. But in the beginning, he seemed like, okay, here's a guy who just wants to leave. He doesn't, he'll kill you, but he'll also, but if you don't, if you want to come with him, he'll take you with him. Mhm. Yeah. I think. Well, his whole Locke con was a deception.
Yeah.
He pretended to be Locke for half a season.
Mm-hmm.
So he started out lying, and then there was, so I didn't trust him from that. Of course, he's a smoke monster. I don't trust the smoke monster.
Well, did anyone ever ask him, "Are you John Locke?" And he said yes. In the beginning?
I guess not, but like, come on.
Yeah,
I mean, are you really
I'm just saying.
gonna put a lawyer answer on it? Like,
no. I'm just saying. Yeah, he had the con of his identity, and of course the whole deception of creating the loophole and lying to people and doing all that stuff. Of course, that was going on. But I'm just saying, when it came down to one-on-one, someone talking to him and asking him questions, he seemed to be truthful and forthcoming about those answers. You know, versus like one-on-one with Widmore, you know, where Widmore would lie to you about something, you know, or at least seemingly lie to you about, you know, did you kill the passengers? Do you have gin?
Mm-hmm.
You know, stuff like that. Like, he didn't seem to be doing that kind of stuff, the sort of one-on-one deception he didn't seem to be doing. But of course he was doing it. It was just that he was telling you something that was true, but it was still part of his plan. You know.
Yeah.
And I was just I was like the Losties, you know. I got duped into believing that just because he's telling something that's true, that means he's being honest about everything or most things, and of course that wasn't true.
I see. I mean, yeah, the Locke thing is, you know, I mean, he answered to the name John, and, you know, he used Locke's memories. I mean, it was, you know, and of course the thing with Ben and Alex and, you know, threatening him to follow Locke's orders, and, you know, I mean, all that stuff was not exactly like just a bald-faced lie, but it was very deceptive.
Yeah.
You know, and I guess the first big sign, besides that, I mean, that was a lot, but besides that, the first big sign for me was Claire, the fact that he lied to her about the others having her baby.
Mm-hmm.
That was a sign that he was willing to tell a lie, you know, if he needed to. And then there was...
I gave him a pass for the Claire thing.
Okay.
He had a good reason why he lied to her.
Okay, but
I still don't see what he gets out of Claire. I don't know why he likes Claire or is invested in her. You know, I still don't get that. I don't know why she seems to be special to him.
I don't either, but the point is he will lie. He's not totally unwilling to lie, and that's an indication of that. And then there was that thing with Sawyer, very small thing, but I still don't really understand it. But he lied to Sawyer about why he sent him over to the Hydra Island, as he admits himself. And then Abiturno, you know, he pretty much lies to Richard about Jacob and to try to get him to go kill him.
Yeah, exactly. By this point in the season, of course, he's not being truthful. Like I said, my point was in the beginning, he seemed to be, you know, the stuff with Sawyer in the beginning, like when he was finished with killing Jacob, when he was finished with that part of his deception of, like, you know, dethroning Jacob, he seemed to be okay. Because of course he's the guy trapped on the island. He wants to get off.
Right.
Like, yes, he is going to be deceptive and do whatever it takes for him to get off the island. And once he has the loophole set up and he executes his plan, once that, you know, part one is done, it seemed like, okay, now that he looks like John Locke and he's trying to get, you know, he's recruiting to get people off the island, it seemed like he was going to, you know, be honest with them. But of course, like I said, a couple episodes after that, he is, of course, obviously lying left and right to people.
Okay, I didn't know how early was early. I guess
just like in the beginning, yeah. When he was first talking to people and telling them, you know, when he tells Sayid and when he tells Sawyer.
He tells Richard about
and lying itself, you know, good people lie too. You know, there's reasons to lie, but
right, exactly.
But anyway.
Sure. I mean, plenty of people. You know, I mean, the main characters have lied about a lot of things. I mean, it's something people do.
Yeah,
you know.
Jen told Claire that others had her baby, you know.
Yes, exactly.
For half a scene, and then
for half
like,
a scene.
Oh, I'm kidding. That was a lie. Oh no, that's right. He said Kate having your baby was a lie.
Yes.
He reverse lied.
That was a lie. Yeah, he lied about the fact that he told the truth.
Yeah.
He said the truth was a lie. But yeah, anyway, But I mean, you know, in that case, he felt threatened, so, you know, he saw the guy axe to death in front of him, and I think that's a very reasonable lie to tell in that situation, because he thought it would pacify her, which it did.
Yeah.
So, but you're right. and plenty of characters have lied about stuff. So I'm just saying, like, I knew that in general, I do think he's kind of a straight shooter sort of character. I mean, I think that's just kind of how he is.
Yeah.
But I think that he when he wants to get what he wants, he'll be deceptive about it.
Sometimes when he's straight shooting, it's with bullets.
Yes. That's a better way of putting it. Yeah, exactly. So I'm a little surprised. We'll have to talk about the broader implications, I guess, later. I actually, despite the fact that I thought he was the villain, I was surprised that he ended up trying to kill everybody. I didn't actually expect that.
Well, yeah, me either. I mean, I knew he was obviously the antagonist.
Yeah.
You know, and everyone's saying he's evil incarnate. That's, no one else was going to take that role from him, at this point in the story. But definitely was surprised that what he really wanted was just to kill them all in one fell swoop.
I thought the scary thing would be what happens when he leaves. Mm-hmm. Which I think is still up in the air, of course. But I didn't realize that this whole plan of his was was just designed to kill everybody. That I was definitely surprised by that.
Yeah.
So you're right. I feel like I only slightly, I only thought of him as the bad guy maybe a little more than you did, but I still didn't really suspect fully what he ended up doing.
Yeah.
So I was still surprised by it. I'm just not surprised by the fact that he's the bad guy.
Yeah.
That's the only difference. So, yeah. Yeah. And, even, some of the stuff he says here, I don't think he'd give me a straight answer. You're probably right. Widmore doesn't give straight answers a lot of the time. And I guess his intentions are, according to what he said to Jin, he just wants to stop Locke from leaving the island. And to do that, I guess he needs to protect the candidates. So I'm assuming that's what his intentions are.
It gets a little fuzzy, doesn't it?
A little.
We got to talk about the whole the bomb on the plane. I think it's a little confusing what was supposed to go on there.
I totally agree. That's what I was saying. The motives are very complicated. So for the moment, based on the first scene and what Widmore himself has said, I'm thinking that Widmore is just trying to prevent Locke from leaving the island by protecting the candidates.
Mm-hmm.
So, that's at this point, that's where I stand. But then, yeah, we'll have to see how that works with what actually happens later.
Yeah.
And here I think Locke definitely lies about how he could just kill them all.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's the whole point.
Yeah.
You
can trust me because I could kill you right now, kill all of you, kill all of you guys. And it's like, That's such a it's such a weird way to try to get someone's trust.
Yeah, I was going to say.
Kill them.
He's lying about it, I think, but at the same time, it's a suspicious thing to say.
Mm-hmm.
Because to get someone to trust you, it's weird to say, I could kill you, but I'm not killing you, so you should trust me.
Yeah.
That's, I don't know. That's shaky. But I guess Jack is convinced by that. I guess he doesn't really know. I guess he doesn't really know otherwise.
Yeah, he doesn't really have much choice, number one. But two, I think, if you look at Smokey killing indiscriminately and he kills a whole bunch of people and he just seems to do whatever he wants, it is, Jack would have to question, okay, why hasn't he killed us? And then Locke says it's because, I'm saving you guys and I want you guys to come with me. I guess the real question there would then be why? Why are we special? Why us? Why did you kill everyone at the temple, or why did you kill random people through the jungle, but you're not going to kill us. Like, that would be the question Jack should ask.
Yeah.
And I don't know what Smokey would say, but
yeah. So, is it possible that he was lying about being Christian? Or is that just too far?
I would love it if he was lying. That would be great.
The whole idea
Somehow.
of him, like, trying to help them find water, and then he says, all I've ever wanted to do is help you. We know that isn't true, based on this episode.
Well, here's the thing. I feel like Christian did go, he was, that's what's weird because, before that, or I should say, that scene where Hurley and Jack pass the caves and they find the inhaler, and then Jack tells a story about seeing his dad there. Hurley says, Jack says, I found these caves, and Hurley says, you were looking for water, right? And he says, well, no, I was following my dad. And then, of course, later, Locke says, I wanted you to find water.
Right.
So I feel like that this is the show telling us that Christian was trying to help them find water.
I think that's true, yeah.
Yeah. So, but whether or not...
and I guess then, since Jack never told anyone, that does suggest that really was him.
Yeah, exactly. If Jack wasn't looking for water, like if Hurley didn't say that line, I would say, well, all you have to support it is just what Locke says or something.
Yeah.
But Hurley reiterates the fact that Jack was looking for water.
Yeah.
So it's strange. I feel like it would be really weird if they tell us he was lying about that.
I don't think they will. I just since he's clearly open to lies if he has to. Mm-hmm. And also part of that was to convince Jack that he wanted to help him. Mm-hmm. And so I guess since it served his purpose so well, I wanted to open up it, to scrutiny.
Yeah.
But it probably is just true. I mean, some of the Christian appearances I think definitely seem like him. So even if he were lying about that one, I do want to say some of the other ones were him.
Yeah, and that's the thing. It was Jack who says, did you ever look like my father?
Yeah.
Locke basically sets it up to where he doesn't have to tell who all the people he's ever looked like.
I know, God. Yeah, when Jack first asked the question, who else have you looked like? I'm like, oh, man, this could be a long scene if they had Smokey name everyone he's looked like.
Yeah.
I'd love to hear it, though, but it would be a really boring scene to watch.
Yeah.
Just a very long list of names. But obviously that's not the one he wanted to know about.
Mm-mm.
But yeah, you're right. They set it up, but it's specifically the Jack one, that he talks about.
Yeah.
Well,
because he puts the ball back in Jack's court. Because he says, well, what do you really want to ask me? And Jack could have said, have you ever looked like Yemi?
Yeah.
And if and I think if Locke thought that would get Jack's trust, he would be like, yes, even though I think that's true. But I feel like he let Jack set up the circumstances, and therefore it is a little bit more suspicious than if Locke had just come forward first and said, I look like Christian before.
Yeah. Yeah.
So I'd love if he was lying, because I'd love for Christian to really be Christian.
Yeah.
But I think it'd be weird considering that scene felt like such a big reveal.
Yeah.
That they would just go back and negate that and say, well, no, he was lying, or he was, he looked like Christian that time, but not all the time.
Right. Yeah. Because then Christian's going to have to. If they make it not that, then the problem I had which was, how's Christian going to explain why he's helping Smokey so much?
Mm-hmm.
Like that's not gonna look reasonable.
Yeah.
So I think that's the problem with him not being the smoke monster. And then the only other way they could do it is to say sometimes it was him and sometimes it wasn't.
Yeah.
And then that just gets that's just a mess. So I agree. Like I want to see Christian, and I'm kind of desperate at this point. But I don't think it works.
All right, next scene.
Oh, well, I tried. Yes.
The next scene, we're back at the cages. Sawyer gets a cosmic sense of deja vu. Kate thinks Widmore wouldn't have killed her. Sawyer tells her her name was on the cave wall, but it was crossed out. Widmore doesn't need her. Sun and Jin have a moment to themselves. Jin learns that Ji-yeon is with Sun's mother. Jin tells Sun he saw pictures of his daughter on Sun's camera thanks to Widmore. Sun takes out Jin's wedding ring and puts it on his finger. Suddenly, the power goes out and the sonic fences power down. Widmore's men react. Then, the classic signs of Smokey. Widmore's men fire at the black smoke to no avail. Kate tries to grab the cage key off of Seamus's corpse. Frank kicks at the cage door. Jack enters, grabbing the cage key and unlocking the door. Kate is surprised to see him, and Jack exclaims, "He's with the black smoke." They all escape.
There's a scene I thought I'd never see.
There's a man, that was so great. When Jack's like, he looks over his shoulders and looks at the smoke monster, and he's like, I'm with him. That's my ride. You know?
Yeah, that is such a season 6 line.
Yeah.
I can't imagine. We better be close to the end if we're getting lines like that.
Yeah.
That's just so crazy. Jack and the Smoke Monster go to rescue the Velocity.
Yeah, Jack teams up with the Smoke Monster. Tell that to someone who's watching season 1.
I know. It's oh man, wow. We could really blow our minds.
Mm-hmm.
If we told our past selves, if we could get on the old podcast and talk to them somehow, we could really.
You know, that's why I really don't like. You know, I really feel bad for people who try to watch Lost for the first time in season 6 because it's such a.
Yeah.
You know, everybody knows it's such a big deal that the show is ending, and they go, "Oh, okay, I'll just watch whatever's on now."
Mm-hmm.
And of course, they don't understand what's going on, but I think they really don't understand the magnitude to which they're spoiling themselves.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah, definitely. Wow. Yeah. I can't even imagine.
Can you imagine watching this episode and seeing Sun and Jin die and then going back to start watching season 1, and every time those two are in peril, you know they're not going to die.
Yeah.
You know, that's so bad.
Yeah, that is really bad. Wow. Yeah, and like all the mystery and stuff about the Smoke Monster, like whatever. He's just gonna
Yeah, the Smoke Monster's John Locke, right?
Yeah.
You know, if you're thinking that in season 1.
Oh, you're right. Ooh. You're right. You really don't even know that.
Yeah.
It's John Locke.
Mm-hmm.
Why is John Locke confronting himself?
Yeah. Why don't they just talk to the Smoke Monster? Wait a minute. He just wants to leave the island.
Yeah. What's the big deal, guys?
I gotta say too, I think it's pretty spectacular. I would have never guessed that the villain of the show, you know, would be the Smoke Monster.
Me either.
You know, like in season 1, you say, well, the ultimate bad guy on Lost is the Smoke Monster. Really?
Yeah. Yeah, it's really surprising to me. I thought the Smoke Monster would be more like the Whisperers or Dharma or something like that. You know, one of these significant side things, side mysteries that they do answer, you know, that they would. I knew that in season 6 they tell us who the Smoke Monster was, but I didn't think he'd be this prominent.
I think you meant what it was.
What it was.
Nobody knew it was a who.
You're right. You're right. Did I say who?
Yeah, you said who. Like
yeah, that was a bit of a revisionist history, I guess. I didn't really suspect it was a who. Good point. Yeah. Of course, I thought it was, you know, nanobots. I mean, not really, but something like that. You know, I thought it
magic or something.
Yeah. I still fail to understand certain aspects of Smokey. I don't know. I guess, you know, I'll have to wait till the end of season 6 to see how well it all fits together. But you know, I still don't understand Smokey, you know, being controlled by the little pit behind Ben's house.
Well, I think at this point it wasn't controlled. Ben basically said, "I need help," and Smokey, being a conscious being, decided to
just agreed to help. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. That'll work. That was easy. Why don't I throw another one at you since you got the answers?
What else you got?
So what's the deal with Smokey judging people? Why does he? I mean, he seems to be evil incarnate. Who is he to be like a judge of someone and say, you know?
He's very judgmental. He seems to have just like Jacob. He seems to have a decided point of view on human nature, which I think is why his plan pretty much worked in terms of getting all of them on the sub. I think he knew that they would try to betray him and all this stuff. I think that ties into that fundamental quality that the others had, are first displayed of knowing the Losties and knowing what they would do and being capable of. And, he's got, of course, a more reliable system in that I guess he can scan people. And, of course, he of course, thinks, people are, I guess, inherently corruptible. So I think he felt like he knew what they would do and that he couldn't trust them to trust him or something like that. But in terms of why he judges people, I don't know. I mean, there's been, sort of different types of judgment. So I really don't know how to put them together. Telling Echo to repent, and yeah, I don't really know. I don't really know what he wants from these people. I think he wants them to sort of to sort of understand like something along the lines of, that the island doesn't need protecting, or he wants them to understand like that Jacob, shouldn't be trusted. Like he wants them to understand things along that line, I think. And he gets disappointed with people when they don't. Although how could they, So that I don't have a really good explanation of sort of just generally why he's interested in judging people.
Okay. Yeah. Although I think your answer is pointing in the right direction.
Yeah.
The fact that he just thinks people are sort of inherently bad.
Mm-hmm.
That he's just kind of automatic, and he just wants to show people that they're bad or get people to admit it or something.
Mm-hmm.
It seems like that it's that kind of thing. But yeah, okay, that'll work. That's the best answer I could really ask for at this point.
All right. What else is going on here?
So R.I.P. Seamus, I guess.
Yeah, sorry. Where is Zoe? I didn't even think about Zoe once until you said R.I.P. Seamus. I'm like, oh wait, I forgot about Zoe.
I only thought about Zoe during a rewatch. I was like, it's strange that Zoe's not in this scene.
Yeah.
And like, it's weird to see Seamus without Zoe.
It is, and I guess Jen's never going to help them find those pockets of electromagnetism.
I guess not.
Wow.
Yeah, all that trouble. They darted the whole camp.
I still think that's a setup for Desmond, though.
Oh, yeah. I
definitely
think
whatever Desmond's going to do. But yeah, I thought
it's just kind of a dead end as far as Jen goes. But, yeah, no, I think they're trying to hint at what they wanted to do with Desmond.
Yeah.
I think that looks like that was the point of that. And they may still be able to do it. I mean, they're definitely still in play.
Yeah, R.I.P. Seamus, whatever. I wasn't attached to him.
No, I know it's a whatever. I didn't really realize that Seamus was supposed to be dead in this scene until I was reading the transcript and it talked about the corpse, and I was like, oh, I guess he was dead. Yeah, good point.
Yeah, that's how I described the scene as his corpse, because I'm like, he was definitely dead. He got smashed by Smokey.
I guess I just imagined him just getting knocked out or something. I didn't really realize he was supposed to be dead. But yeah, I think you're right. That's clearly the point. I don't know. Yeah, obviously, small character, no big deal.
So I want to say that, this scene and, of course, the following scene when they try to go on the gyroplane, Woodmore is woefully inept.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like. This was such a badly executed plan of his to try to protect the Losties, try to protect the candidates here. All Sayid had to do was take the power down, and that's it.
Yeah.
That's all he had to do. Did they have no one guarding the generator? That's all he had to do was take the power down, and they have no protection against Smokey whatsoever. That was pretty bad.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, Whitmore just fumbles this whole episode, really.
Yeah, exactly. This whole episode, he's just, and then he's nowhere to be seen after that first scene.
Yeah.
With him.
Yeah.
It's pretty bad. It just seems like he just really either just has bad people or just was underprepared. Why all the guns? Like, the guns aren't going to help. He should know the guns aren't going to help.
Yeah.
Yeah. Why didn't he create some sonic mortar shells or something, or I don't know. Yeah,
that's what he needs. And bring a backup generator. Jesus. It was really easy to take that out, and that's it. Like, we talked about knocking over the sonic fences, but like, take out the power and they're really useless.
I thought all the fences were like powered individually or something. Mm-hmm. It didn't seem like there was any wires connecting them, but whatever.
No, yeah, apparently there's some hidden wires or something. Yeah. Or the power's going through like wireless waves. I don't know. Does that even work? Could you really power something that big wirelessly? Probably not.
Ask Nikola Tesla.
Okay. I will. Next time I have him over.
Next time you have him over for tea, yeah.
Yeah. So earlier in this scene, they finally say that Kate's name was on the cave wall but crossed out. Mm-hmm. So now it's actually in the show.
It's in the show, yeah.
If they want to do something with it, they've actually got that covered. I wondered if they were ever going to say it, and if they didn't, then I wasn't going to think that it mattered. I still don't know why it matters, but it is.
What do you mean why it matters?
I don't know why it matters that her name was crossed off in the cave.
You mean aside from the fact it means she's not a candidate?
Yeah. Aside from that, but then I think her name wasn't crossed out on the lighthouse wheel. So, there's something there, supposedly.
Well,
I don't know.
I would say Jacob died before he would have crossed it out. Somehow he died. He crossed it out in the cave, but not in the lighthouse wheel.
Okay.
He did die shortly before they went there. So.
Mm-hmm.
That would be my explanation of why it wasn't crossed out on the lighthouse.
Okay. All right. So it just matters in that she's not a candidate. So, for example, Locke can kill her.
Locke can probably kill her.
And she could be used in the way she always is to coerce the other characters into doing stuff.
Yeah.
As she is in this episode, particularly Sawyer, but also Jack.
Mm-hmm. So it's weird, that scene with Locke and Claire, and he tells Claire, I need Kate to help convince the others to get on the plane.
Mm-hmm.
Like, that never happened. No one needed convincing.
No, you're right. Yeah, that didn't really matter at all.
No, like Jack and Hurley and Son and those guys all came over, and they were pretty much all on the same page.
Yeah. Yeah, that's weird.
And by page, I mean Locke's to kill page.
Right.
His list of people to kill. Anything else in this scene?
Let me see here. I thought it was a little strange, this whole business of Kate reaches for the keys and then Frank starts kicking the door and like all that business for nothing. Jack just walks up and grabs the keys and unlocks the door. I don't know. That was just a little awkward to me.
Oh, it was just a drama. Frank's like, I'm not waiting to see if you can stretch to get the key. Like Hurley said after the smoke monster's done with them, he's coming for us. So
yeah,
they were trying to get out of that cage, and that's the thing about that cage. Of course, the bars have space between them, so we all know, if Smokey wanted to get through those bars, it would be really easy.
Yeah. Smokey's good at. He can go through like a perforated.
Here's a question.
Okay.
Yeah, perforated holes in a yeah.
Yeah.
Here's a question: if Whitmore really wanted, and of course the answer is it's a TV show, But if Widmore really
Okay,
wanted
good.
to,
I'm glad I know the answer.
if Widmore
Good.
wanted
I'm
to,
glad I know the answer.
if Widmore really wanted to protect the Losty, the candidates, why didn't he put them on the sub?
Oh, that's a good point.
You know,
Well, I'm going to have to say that it's a TV show.
Wow, I wouldn't have thought of that answer. Interesting. I like it.
Yeah.
It
just came to me.
Place.
What?
Came to you.
Yeah.
It just seems like that's a perfect place to secure them, where Smokey couldn't get to them. Put them on the sub, and tell the sub to dive. He didn't have to leave the island, but just be inaccessible.
Yeah. You're right. He's got a point, doesn't he?
The boy has a point.
You know he does. Yeah. Widmore had to do something that Locke would be able to demolish very easily.
Apparently.
So yeah, that would have been a lot better. Yeah, but then that plan would have worked, and we wouldn't have got the episode. So yeah, back to it's a TV show apparently.
Yeah, exactly. That's the only thing I can come up with.
Yeah.
All right, so let's go to the next scenes. You got anything else?
Did I want to say anything else? No, that's good. That'll work.
Next scene, the gang make their way through the jungle to the plane. Jack tells Kate he's not coming with them. Sawyer thanks Jack for coming back and saving them all. Sayid ruffles out of the bushes. Jack vouches for him, saying he turned off the generators. They head out towards the plane.
All right.
Short scene.
Exposition.
Yeah. The next scene, we flash sideways. Jack attempts to see Anthony Cooper and runs into Helen. Helen wants to know why Jack wants to see Anthony and tells him he needs to leave. John doesn't want the operation. Helen tells Jack to let it go and asks why saving John's life isn't enough. Jack says because it's not. It's bloody not. Helen takes Jack to see Anthony Cooper.
I don't remember that line.
Yeah, it's editorializing.
Did you get the British version?
Yeah, I watched the one on the UK channel.
Okay.
Let's see. Helen takes Jack to see Anthony Cooper, who is in a wheelchair in a vegetative state. She tells Jack Anthony is John's father.
Oh, we didn't see that coming.
No, big reveal.
Yeah, it's weird in the sideways when they do a reveal that we've known for a long time.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, surprise, Claire and Jack are related.
What?
Yeah, it's just, I don't know, very, very odd. And, like, they did that with Sawyer, too, like, what happened with his parents, and, like, that was a reveal, and it's just kind of odd. The thing that really struck me about this scene was that it looks to me like they tried to put old age makeup on the actor who plays Anthony Cooper. Because I compared the way he looks in this scene to the way he looked in the last episode he was in, which was the Brig, and he looks a lot older here.
Yeah.
Like not like 3 years older, like 20 years older or something. Like it's weird because this is 2004. He should be the same age he was in the Brig. So
I got the sense they gave him that makeup job to make him look sicklier and to make him look more unhealthy and stuff.
Oh, they're just getting across that he's sort of
I mean, they have the close up of her wiping drool off his face. It's like, what else could they have done to really, hammer home the point they were trying to make about his state of mind and his lack of sort of awareness and stuff.
Yeah.
That to me is that's what I got from it. Not that they're trying to make him look older, but just he just looks, he's in a wheelchair and he's just
kind of wasting away.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Okay. That's probably you're right. I it was just weird because he really didn't look that old, and he should be the same age. But yeah, they're doing something with it. So
yeah,
I get it. And this why isn't that enough? Because it's not. Isn't there another thing like that in this episode? That's really vague, but do you know what I'm talking about by any chance?
Somebody says, "Why isn't it enough?"
Yeah.
Or
not why isn't it enough, but another question, and the answer is just like this, where it's just because it's not, or because
Yeah, I feel like there is something else like that. I think there's maybe John and Locke or something have an exchange like that.
Okay.
I didn't mean that. Jack and Locke, but you probably
I knew who you meant.
You knew what I meant.
John and Locke.
Jack and Locke. It's funny because John and Locke could talk to each other.
That's
It'd be
true.
weird. It'd be weird, but they
Very
could.
weird. Wow. You were the sacrifice, John.
That's why they call it a sacrifice. There is some other line like that. I probably will get to it at some point.
Okay.
I can't think off the top of my head what it is, though.
Yeah. Oh, I guess Bernard's line, you just remember that? Of course I do, Jack. A little bit like that.
Yeah.
Sort of no real explanation. Because when Jack says you just remember that, obviously he does because he just said it. He's not really asking whether he remembers it or not. He's asking, that's a little surprising that you remember that. What is there some reason? Do you just have a good memory? Like he's looking for something, and Bernard's not giving it.
Jack could have said, "Do you remember all your former patients?"
Yeah.
Or was it the fact that it was these two people and that needed this emergency surgery and they were father and son? Or, I feel like maybe that's just really the answer is he remembers Anthony Cooper. First of all, he remembers John Locke.
Yeah.
Like when Jack says that name, he doesn't have to remember who that is. He just knows who that is. And then, it's not like you have to go look up his file or anything.
Right.
And so I would just imagine that since, the second victim was, the first victim's father, that just stuck in his head or something. But that's the best explanation I have for why he just remembers that.
Yeah.
But yeah, he made it seem like he's just good at remembering, or he remembers all of his patients, or, it's only been 3 years, so of course he remembers. It's like you could take it a lot of different ways.
Yeah. It's ambiguous. And again, that's why Bernard seems mysterious. Like, Bernard is usually such an open book character. Like, I know exactly where he's coming from at all times. And I really thought I got him, and he just comes across so different in that scene, not this scene we're on, but it was just weird. Like, I started not trusting him. Like, what are you up to, Bernard? Like, what's your secret? What are you hiding?
Mm-hmm.
It just, I don't know, the whole thing seems suspicious. And even, like, him, like, I guess, playfully accusing Jack of flirting with Rose, like, that was odd to me.
I thought about that line when he says, you were flirting with my wife in the bathroom, and I was thinking about, I thought it came off weird to me too. It's sort of accusatory or whatever, but
yeah.
But I thought, okay, how else could you write that line? And really, what else would you put in there? You were talking to my wife, you were chatting with my wife.
Yeah.
And I feel like flirting just gives it more character to what he's saying, and I feel like that Bernard who, like, came back from the bathroom on the plane and was, like, all about Rose and I missed you, beautiful, and, like,
right.
I feel like that's why he said flirting, because he's got this very, he's just really into Rose or something in this, not that he's not in the main timeline, but when he said flirting, it made me, it seemed in keeping with that Bernard on the plane.
Okay.
Who might have been jealous to a small degree of, this handsome doctor talking to his wife.
I see. Okay.
I just felt like it gave his line a little bit more character, and like I said, you could strip it down and say, you were talking to my wife, and
Yeah. Yeah, I guess so what you're saying is he's sort of serious. Like, I guess I thought maybe he was just supposed to be half serious, but it is
Well,
kind of...
yeah, I think he is half serious, but I think, that half has a basis in something.
Right. Yeah. So again, I'm surprised. Like, I've never seen, Rose has talked to, like, I've just never seen this kind of jealous Bernard. Like, that's kind of surprising. But I guess, maybe you're right. It's just alternate Bernard is just more jealous or more fixated on Rose for some reason.
Yeah, he's more, he values her more or something like that,
Yeah. That's interesting. I think you're right.
All right. Well, let's go to the next scene then.
Okay.
You don't have anything left on this.
I just wanted to make sure.
Trust me, there's nothing here.
Okay.
So we're back on the Hydra Island. Locke approaches the Ajira plane. Two of Widmore's men shoot at him to no effect. He thrashes them and takes a watch off of one of the dead men. Locke boards the plane and looks around. He notices a wire coming from the overhead compartment and finds something very interesting. Frank, Jack, and the rest of the group make it to the plane. They notice the dead guards. Saeed finds that one of the guards' neck has been broken, and Locke exits the plane and takes credit. Locke says Widmore knew he would kill the men, and that Widmore wouldn't have moved the fence if he wanted to prevent Locke from getting on the plane. Hurley wonders if that means Widmore wants them to leave now. Locke tells them that Widmore wants them all in one confined space so they can all die in one fell swoop. He tells them what he found on the plane. He shows them what he found on the plane, a couple of bricks of C4 that were wired to explode if the plane was started up. Locke thinks it's safer to take the sub at this point, and Sawyer agrees. Hurley says Locke isn't supposed to leave, according to Richard, but Sawyer doesn't care. Sawyer tells Locke he must have been wrong about him since Locke has saved them twice. Locke says they all need to help take the sub. Jack reiterates that he is not leaving. They all head out towards the sub. Claire apologizes for betraying Locke, but he understands why she did it. Sawyer covertly tells Jack that he doesn't trust Locke. Sawyer wants Jack to get Locke in the water as the rest of the group board the sub. Jack agrees to help. So it was very interesting. The part you laughed on, I think, was pretty interesting because, when Locke says Widmore wants to get them in one small space and then kill them all, which is exactly what Locke wants to do.
Yeah.
So it reminds me of that situation where, someone accuses their opposition of the very thing that they're trying to do.
Yes.
Like, we're not racist, you're racist, says the racist people.
Right.
And yeah, I mean, this was right here. He's telling everybody how he's going to kill them.
Yeah, I just couldn't believe he literally said exactly what his plan was.
Mhm. And I think that's where Jack gets it. That's where Jack says this thing verbatim too. It's like he heard Locke say this.
Yeah. That's quite a move. So okay. First of all, again, we have bullets and guns just aren't going to work with Locke.
Somebody tell me why. I don't understand why.
You don't understand why? I mean, he's a smoke monster. The bullets.
No, he's not a smoke monster. He's a man. When he's smoky, okay, fine, bullets go through or whatever. But when he's Locke, I don't understand why physics does not work.
But he's not. He's not. I mean, like Saeed stabbed him and like nothing happened. I mean, his body is not.
Again, I just don't understand why.
Oh, okay.
I don't understand why when. Because it seemed like the bullets were like bouncing off of him. Like I can understand him not dying from a bullet wound. I don't understand why the wound isn't even made.
Yeah.
I don't understand why his shirt. I guess his shirt is part of him, so his shirt, doesn't get injured. But damage, but I just don't understand why, like, the bullets don't go through him or hit him, and he's got a wound, and the bullet file. You know, it just seems like I don't know what it is.
I mean, I think when he takes forms of people, you know, that it's not any more subject to injury than his smoke monster form is.
But I feel like it should be. If he's, and I can see it. You know, that's fine if that's the reason. That makes sense. But it's still counterintuitive to me that he can say, you know, pick up a rifle, and you can hit him with the rifle. You know, Jack knocks him into the water.
Yeah.
Yet a bullet won't actually go through him or hit him. But other things will. Like he's tangible in one sense and intangible in another.
Yeah.
And it's just weird to me that it's not consistent.
You got a point. It's not consistent. If they're going to be consistent with Saeed stabbing him, the bullet should go through him at least.
Exactly. Yeah.
And
Because I feel like when Bram and his guys shot at him, he at least got hit with the bullets.
Yes.
This time when he's walking up to these guys, and later when he's shooting guys on the dock, it's like you're saying, like he's really sort of in this smoky form, but he looks like Locke, but he's if you get close enough, he's just, you know, there's space between his molecules more so than if he was a solid person or something.
Yeah. Yeah, that's true. I guess that's what they should do. And the other thing is, like, even if the bullets aren't going through him, the bullets have a significant amount of force behind them. Like if Jack can push him, then the bullets should be able to at least like knock him back.
Exactly. There was like no effects of the bullets like physics just does not exist for him.
Yeah. I think they're just not totally consistent about what his limitations are.
And I'll give them the benefit of the doubt and say maybe he's getting stronger. You know, maybe as more and more people are dying and you know, maybe as more of the candidates die, like he's getting stronger somehow.
Oh,
maybe.
Okay.
Maybe his effects get stronger.
Mhm. Yeah, okay.
Just throw that in there in the pile of explanations.
Maybe so. Yeah.
But so let's talk about the plane because I don't know what happened. So Locke finds the plane, and I don't know, why did they build that ramp for the plane?
The like fancy island ramp.
There was like something on Gilligan's Island or something like they would take the time to do. Like that was weird to me that they built that as if like a whole bunch of people are going to be boarding the plane. That was really strange, but so, and I guess maybe they built that so they could, when they went to, when they were looking for luggage and looking for, you know, Woodmore's people were searching the plane, maybe it took a while, so they were like, let's build a ramp. And
I was also thinking maybe the Ajir passengers did that.
I doubt it.
No?
They should have been looking for food and water.
Okay.
and rescue, not building. I don't know if they would have the technical know-how just to go build that.
It just reminds me of the kind of stuff they used to do at the main beach camp. You know?
Yeah, it was.
They had all those shelves and tables and.
But that was after a long time.
Yeah.
They didn't start building the pantry until a long time.
You're right.
Afterwards.
It hasn't been. It's been like a week. So.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're probably right. It was weird though, especially because I think those things usually have a. Well, I guess it's a bigger plane, so maybe they don't have the stairs that goes to the ground.
Yeah. Yeah. Usually those planes have the you know. You're supposed to land in an airport. Yeah,
with the what's the thing called? The
jetway?
Yeah, the jet bridge.
The what?
The jet bridge.
Jet bridge? Oh, is that what they call it?
I think so.
That was the jetway or something.
Oh, it's a jet bridge.
Jet something. I don't know. But okay, so he goes on the plane. He sees the wire, and he sees the C4 wired to the electronic system. I feel like that's a true statement. Now, what I don't get is why Widmore would rig the plane to explode.
Right. So you're right to think that. And I think based on the evidence, so Locke grabs a watch off of one of the guys he kills, and then he goes in the plane. And when he goes in the plane, no one else is there. So that's just Locke, and he clearly looks. He doesn't know what he's doing. I don't mean he doesn't know what he's doing. I mean he doesn't already immediately know where the thing is.
He doesn't walk straight to aisle 14 and get the thing. He seems to just honestly discover it.
He looks for the wire. He looks at where the wire leads, and then he discovers it. But it looks like a real search. I mean, if they're going to tell us he planted that there, that's that's weird. And also,
when would he have planted it there? Since he says later, Widmore had his fences protecting that thing just until recently.
Yes.
So I just don't know when he would have planted it there. And then it's like he's putting on a show for us, pretending to us that he just finds it.
Right. Yeah, exactly. So based on that, I conclude that Locke did not put that bomb there. And if Locke didn't do it, who put the bomb there? There's only one group who really could have done that. I mean, I don't see the Ajira passengers doing that. I don't think the others did that. So it's got to be Widmore.
So I'm going to disagree with you only because I thought about it for 2 more seconds, and here's what I'm thinking happens now.
Okay.
Maybe what happened is, and I don't know how he planted it, but I just don't know. Okay, here's the first part. I don't know why he would take the watch unless he expected to find a bomb.
Oh, he expected to find a bomb. I don't doubt that.
Okay, so I'm thinking maybe what he did was when he goes into the plane, when he's looking at the wire, he's just maybe checking to make sure that, like, it's still hooked up the way he hooked it up. Does that make any sense?
So, okay. So, are we supposed to think
like he was originally going to get them all on the plane, and instead of killing him on the sub, he was going to kill him on the plane.
I just got a new theory.
Uh-oh.
Here it is. Locke killed the Ajir passengers.
Okay.
Okay. So here's my new theory. Locke killed the Ajir passengers. Then he planted the bomb, and his original plan was to do the same thing he does with the sub, but with the plane.
Okay.
Okay. And so then when he sends Sawyer over there, he just is really just sending him on a basic mission to make sure the coast is clear over there, but Widmore's over there. I think once he finds out that Widmore's over there, he realizes he's not going to be able to pull off the plane plan. And
why?
He knows that. Don't ask me why. And he knows.
Okay.
And he knows that there's a submarine there, which is also a nice enclosed place. So he decides he'll instead take his bomb off the plane and use the submarine.
Okay.
So the reason why the plane plan won't work, I mean, I guess just because it'd be harder to get the plane to take off and get away from Widmore's people than the sub.
Well, I'm confused now. From whose perspective?
Locke.
But he doesn't want that. He just wants them all to die in an explosion.
Well, yeah. Of course. But if they're going to do that, he needs to get them all on there and get the. Oh, okay. Well, it didn't sound that hard, does it?
I mean, all he has to do is turn the plane on and the thing blows up.
Yeah. Okay.
Now maybe that's what's weird to me is I feel like the sub is a better choice for him. I just don't see why if Locke planted the C4, why didn't he continue with the plane plan? Why did he come out and say, "Oh no, Widmore rigged this plane. We don't know if there's more C4. Let's take the sub." When it seems like if he's the one who planted the C4, then his plan is still working.
Yeah, and he can just herd them onto the plane and.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, So that's a theory that probably doesn't work. So let's go over to the other theory, which is that Widmore planted the bomb.
Okay, which means he run the risk of killing
all
the candidates.
Yeah, so that's really bad. And there does seem to be evidence that Widmore didn't guard the plane very well. So it's really out of his control that they get on there and they all die. Is it possible that that's okay with him? Could he just be lying? He doesn't care about protecting them? I don't know.
No. They can't. Both sides can't want everybody dead. That's just too much.
Is that too much?
That's too much by half.
Maybe he really does just want power. Maybe he wants to be the new Smokey.
Oh, jeez.
He can kill all the candidates, and then he takes over the power of the Smoke Monster.
Why?
I don't know. He wants power.
But why does he automatically become Smokey?
There's no reason. I have no idea. I
honestly, it seems like a big contrivance. It really seems like the writing just doesn't make sense. Because let's divide this up, right? The things that make it seem like Locke did it are he grabs a watch before he gets on the plane.
Right. He's expecting to find a bomb.
He's expecting a need for a watch. He might want to tell what time it is later. I don't know. But yeah, okay, no, seriously. He's expecting to find the bomb. Okay. Now the thing that makes it seem like Widmore, that's one check mark for Locke doing it.
Although he could really have just intuited that Widmore put a bomb on the plane, not wanting them to leave. Not wanting him to leave specifically.
Okay, but that's the thing. Why not blow the plane up and make it unable to leave before anyone even gets on it?
See, I think that's yeah, okay, right. So that's the problem. But I think
why not disable the plane?
I think one answer might be that Widmore said he didn't want Locke to leave the island, so maybe he put the bomb on the plane to, make sure he didn't get on the plane and leave.
You just reiterated that, but so I'll reiterate what I said, which is why not disable the plane beforehand?
So I'm not saying it's without its problems, but just as a possible pseudo explanation.
But that's my point, though. Is I understand he doesn't want Locke to get on the plane and leave, but why wait until Locke is on the plane to disable the plane?
Right. Yeah, he really shouldn't have done that.
Okay. So the thing that makes it look like it's Locke is he grabs a watch. The thing that makes it look like it's Widmore is Locke seems to honestly just find the C4. Which I could even put back on Locke and say, he really did plan it. And here's the thing. Skip all this. Here's the thing. Is there anything we can think of that would make it logical for Locke to change his plan? So the setup is he wants them that he put the C4 on the plane, and he wants them to all get on the plane, and then the plane to turn on and the plane to explode. But for some reason he changes his mind and he wants to do that same thing on the sub. What would have made him change his mind from the point that he put the bomb on there to when he comes back to take the bomb out? Is there anything we could think of that, what circumstance would have changed where he would think, okay, the sub is a better way to do this? Is it that he didn't know about the sub? Maybe that's the answer. He didn't know about the sub until Sawyer went over there.
Well, yeah. I mean, that would be. I mean, that's sort of what I was trying to say. I still don't know. I mean, maybe that is all there is to it. He just thinks the sub's a better plan, and he didn't have that option when he planted the bomb.
Okay. Yeah, that's the thing. I don't mind inconsistencies as long as it can be explained that he decided to change, that he changed his mind.
Yeah.
About his plan, because like I said, otherwise it's like your plan was working. If you're the one who planted the bomb, your plan was working.
Yeah. Yeah.
And so when he goes to the plane and he finds the wire, he's really just sort of making sure it's intact or something, or
Yeah.
I don't know what he's doing besides fooling us into thinking he just found it.
It also helps him a little bit. It gives him a few points because it looks like he saved their lives.
Okay, that's good one too.
So I think that played in as well. So God, it's frustrating. I really hate not knowing who did that. Like it's the same thing with the Ajira people. If he planted the bomb, I say he killed the Ajira people.
Yeah, no, if he planted the bomb, he killed the Ajira people. I would agree with that.
So it looks like it's
but
one way or the other.
I still don't know when he did it, and I still don't know how. Maybe he was lying that he can waft over the water. Maybe he was lying about that.
Yeah, that's possible. That's possible. I mean, who knows? Who knows? Because the Locke version of the plan sounds cleaner to me.
Yeah.
The
Widmore plan has too many. I mean, it's too dangerous. He should have just disabled the plane. Number one, he shouldn't have moved the fences. Number two,
yeah,
and number three, he would have killed all the candidates.
Yeah, which I don't think he wants to do.
No.
Unless could it be some really elaborate conspiracy between Smokey and Widmore?
Oh, jeez. We can't trust either of them?
Like, is it? Could they really actually be working together, like my original theory? And it just looks like they aren't?
Well, anything's possible, but I don't want to believe that.
Yeah, I don't either. Okay, so, I mean, God, I'm really not sure.
About what?
About which way this is supposed to be. Or
I settled it in my head.
Because I think the Locke side works better, but I still think they could tell us it's Widmore, and it's just kind of bad plotting. I mean, I think that's possible.
Like I said, I think the Sawyer thing ties into that. There was already confusion about the Sawyer's errand over there and who killed the Ajira passengers, and I think both of these big questions, who put the bomb on the plane and who killed the Ajira passengers, it makes more sense if it's Locke because. Like I said, if he didn't know about the sub, then that gives, until Sawyer went over there and came back with the information, then that's a good reason why he changed his plan.
Yeah.
He went over there to kill the Ajira passengers. He put the C4 on the plane. I don't know where he got C4 from. He put the C4 on the plane.
That's a good point.
Yeah. And he grabs the watch on the way in. The only problem with the Locke plan for me is he seems to naturally find the bomb, but I can discard that.
Yeah.
I can discard that, but besides that, it seems like I'm convinced he did it. Widmore had way too much to lose. He seemed way too inept to really handle what he was even doing, let alone try to do other stuff. So.
Oh, Widmore. We had high hopes for you.
We did. All the mortar stuff he did. I mean, that was definitely okay. He's got a lot of firepower, but it's like, okay, well, that's over.
Yeah. Where were those coming from? I still don't know. Mystery missiles.
Maybe he brought the U.S. Navy with him.
Oh, okay.
They're just outside the barrier or something.
Wow.
Got a couple of aircraft carriers over there.
Okay. I can't wait to see that. The Navy come in and God, yeah, that's a weird ending. Yeah, I pretty much agree. I think that's who that story works better for me. It's just I'm not 100% convinced. It's not the other way, and the plotting's just kind of inept.
So you'd rather take Widmore doing it in a shitty story than Locke doing it and the story working?
No, not that I'd rather. I'm just not sure it's not true. You know, it's not my preference. I mean, originally I thought Locke killed the Ajerbaster, so I kind of like that this recovers that.
Yeah.
Because I had kind of given up that fight.
Yeah, I was sure Widmore did it. Now I think it makes more sense that Locke did it. You know, it just seems like, to me, there's not that much evidence Widmore did it. You know, Locke says Widmore put the bomb on there. That should be evidence enough that he didn't.
Yeah. Yeah.
And again, like you said, it makes Locke seem like they say, you know, that he saved them again, which was which was part of his plan to get them to trust him.
Right. Right. Yeah. 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 Okay. Well, I'm willing to buy it. I pretty much buy it. I don't know. Somehow I'm not 100% sure it's right.
Yeah.
But it works. I mean, for the story, it works. It is a little weird that he seems to look for it. That's probably the worst part of the theory to me.
Yeah, like he it's almost like he forgot where he put it. That's what it seems like. If he knew it was there, it just seems like he forgot where he put it.
Yeah. Yeah.
But he does find it pretty quickly.
Right.
So.
Yeah. I'd be surprised if he forgot it, but
now I know you're wavering on which side you believe. I'll throw this on the Widmore side. That maybe what Widmore wanted was to have all the candidates captive in the cages and Locke to get on the plane by himself. But Widmore should know that Locke, can't leave without the others, without everyone else. So. That doesn't really make sense, but that could have been possibly what he was trying to get to happen.
Mm-hmm.
But again, if you don't want anyone flying the plane, disable a plane.
Right. That's a simple solution that no one seems to have thought of.
No.
Even Albert's whole thing, it's like we can't just go disable it. We got to blow it up.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. No one's on board with just disabling things.
Yeah, I'm serious. Go get a couple of hammers or axes and bust some more windows out of that plane. You can't pressurize that plane. You're not going anywhere.
Yeah. Yeah. Exactly. It's not that hard. I mean, planes need a lot of stuff to work right.
Yeah.
It was a bad situation anyway.
Oh, yeah, totally.
So, I find that hard to believe. But, yeah, I don't know. I guess just because, why should I believe that? I don't know. God, I'm filled with doubt. I don't know what I'm doing.
We're going to the next scene.
I'll go with Locke. Wait, before we go to the next scene, when Sawyer says, "That's twice you saved our asses, guess I was wrong about you," I really believed him. And then he turns around 2 seconds later and like, I don't trust that thing one bit.
Oh, I saw that one coming.
I didn't. Like, damn you, Sawyer. I bought it.
No.
I was surprised that he was like, get him in the water, and we got to make sure he doesn't get on the sub. And I'm glad Sawyer at least did this. At least he was trying to not let Locke leave.
Yeah.
Like that's something.
Yeah, it is something.
Even though he's kind of responsible for all the death.
Mm-hmm.
He tried to at least not do the worst thing.
Yeah.
And
I think Jack makes a point later, he doesn't think Locke can leave unless they're dead. I think we were all thinking Locke can only leave if they're dead or if they all go together.
Right.
That's what he said.
Yeah.
But I don't even think that's true. I
don't either.
I think they have to be dead, yeah.
Yeah. I think that's a revelation from this episode.
Yeah.
Because we didn't really know. I mean, they hadn't made it totally clear. But I think when they have that scene with Jacob and the Man in Black, and he says, if you kill me, someone will take my place, and he's like, well, I'll kill them too. I thought that meant the one who actually becomes Jacob. And I think that is what he means, of course, in that context. But it made it sound like as long as no one steps up, that he doesn't have to kill them.
Yeah.
And that was my impression.
Yeah, I don't know what the rules are in terms of, I feel like anyone who's left behind is a problem for him leaving. I feel like he can't leave until everyone on the island is dead.
Yeah. Particularly the candidates. But yeah, I think in general he wants to leave a clean slate.
Yeah.
Because then if everyone's dead, then there can't be anyone to stop him from leaving. Mm-hmm. Which really makes me wonder, what happens, what happens when he leaves? What is he planning to do? Because, he destroys the submarine. I guess that was your point, the plane is still in play because they didn't blow it up.
Yeah. I still don't see how they're going to fly it with those front windshields broken. But
yeah, and now it looks like Frank might be dead, so they don't even have a pilot anymore.
Yeah.
So that's another weird thing. But I've never been able to wrap my head around the scene where the smoke monster gets on the plane and just flies away. So I
have to imagine it'd be something like he flies and once he passes through the barrier, something there happens.
Okay.
We fade to white or the black or something happens sort of when he passes through the barrier.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's another thing too. You need a bearing.
Oh yeah, that's true. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know how they're going to pull that off.
There's no Dan.
No Dan. Really need a Dan. Maybe Desmond can help.
Maybe.
Okay, so I think that's it about this scene.
All right. So the next scene, we flash sideways. Jack attempts to wake John, still in his recovery room. John mumbles, "Push the button," and "I wish you had believed me," while unconscious. Jack sees Claire in the hallway and goes to talk to her. In the lounge, Jack buys an Apollo bar, and they go sit down. Claire shows Jack a music box, which Christian left to her. Jack has no idea what it means. Claire asks Jack how Christian died. He tells her Christian was found outside a bar in Sydney. He drank himself to death. And that Jack flew down to get Christian's body, but the airline lost the coffin. Claire tells Jack she just flew in from Sydney, and Jack asks if it was Oceanic A15. Of course it was. Jack opens the box, which plays Catch a Falling Star. He tells Claire he doesn't know the significance. As Claire leaves, Jack offers for her to stay at his place. She wonders why, since they are strangers. He tells her they are family. So heartfelt.
So very heartfelt, yes.
Mm-hmm.
You feel it in your heart.
That's exactly where you feel it.
That's where it all starts.
That's why they call it heartfelt.
That's right. That's why they call it that. Yeah, so let's see. Looks a little bit like Locke is dreaming of the island or something.
Yeah. I thought it was it was a little weird to me to see him do this part now. It seems like he should have done that in the first scene with Jack or something.
Mm-hmm.
It's almost like, it's like Jack wakes him up in the beginning of the episode and talks to him, and then Helen comes in, and then at some point Locke falls asleep again, and then has this weird, connection with this stuff. It's like, what?
Yeah.
This should have happened post-surgery, not after you were better.
I agree. That makes more sense.
It felt a little disjointed coming at this point, but
yeah.
And then Claire enters the picture. What does the music box mean?
So much Claire. So yeah, I knew that Catch a Falling Star was like, I knew it was on the mobile that was in the crib, and you know, I knew all that connection, and but like both of them, the one in the dream and the one in maternity leave, and the significance of all that. But like, it wasn't until this season that now I can actually recognize it. Like now I actually know what it really sounds like. I think because I hadn't heard it sung. You know, when you just hear the like ting ting ting, like it doesn't really sound like much.
Yeah.
You know, but now I can actually hear the words that go with it, so I actually recognize it when they play it.
Yeah, yeah.
If they hadn't done the sundown thing, I don't know if I would.
Yeah, it just sounds like a bunch of chiming sounds.
Yeah.
Otherwise.
Exactly. Yeah, I wouldn't be able to distinguish it from like Rousseau's music box. You know, for example, which actually
no
is what I thought
that
this was going to be for some reason. When they first opened it up, I was like, "Oh God, it's going to be Rousseau's box," but that didn't make any sense at all.
Yeah.
I don't know why it would be, but it was the only box I could really think of off the top of my head. So, is there a mystery here? I mean, what is this supposed to be? Like, why bring up this? I mean, is it just sort of a contrivance to get Claire and Jack together? And they're not really doing anything with this. It seemed odd to sort of bring up, like, what is this? I don't know, and that's it.
Well, it gets, wow, okay, what really happens here plot-wise is, you know, to me the biggest thing is Claire agrees to come stay with Jack, so
okay.
that might become significant. Other than that, yeah, I don't know what they're getting out of it, you know, other than to tie it together, the Catch a Falling Star thing, and,
right.
You know, I guess, what did Christian sing? Did he sing that to her when she was a kid? Is that what we're supposed to think?
I don't know. She has this line where she says, let's see, what is the line? Blah, blah, blah. Oh, now I can't find it. Oh, yeah. Never even met this man? Okay, that just sounds weird. Is that really what she says?
Yeah. She says she never met him.
Okay, so then I don't think, I mean, if he sung to her when she was little, would she count that as not having met him?
Well, she might not remember.
Okay. Oh, she might not remember in this case. Okay.
Yeah, she might not remember if he, you know, if she was a baby or a little kid, and he, you know, once or twice a year, he would come visit her and he sang her that song asleep or something.
Because she did, in the original timeline, she did remember.
In the original timeline, yeah, he was there when her mom was sick and stuff.
Right.
So she definitely met him.
Yeah. She also met him, but, yeah, so maybe he just told her or something, and that's how she knew. Because it seemed like she remembered. But you're right, she actually did meet him. So you're probably right. He was just there when she was younger, but she didn't meet him when she remembers.
Yeah.
I guess. So maybe that's all the music box is about. Like, we know that because we know about the original timeline, and they don't.
Yeah, I think that's all it's about. I can't imagine they're doing too much more with that.
Okay. I guess I'm never quite sure about scenes like this because they do give it attention. They bring it up, they open it, they look in it. It takes time, screen time, and they don't get anything out of it. So I just wonder if that's actually going to matter, or if they'll just never bring it up again. It's hard to tell.
Something will happen. Like I said, I think plot-wise, it seems like Claire is going to stay with Jack, and then, of course, she'll be in the picture, so
yeah,
that'll probably help in the long run.
Yeah, now she's going to go stay with Jack. I mean, God, how much more can happen? I guess a lot.
Yeah.
Like, in the last episode, I really thought that, you know, everything was coming to a head. All the characters were sort of getting in the same place, and it was just a matter of time. But now it's slowed down, and I don't know. It doesn't look as much like it's going anywhere.
I bet Jack's going to deliver Aaron.
Oh God, really?
Jack will fix Locke, and he'll also I don't know, but I mean, he's a doctor.
She's not due for her baby until like a month, but.
Oh, okay, that'll stop her from giving birth. I mean, she was just going to give birth the other day. They had stopped, they stopped her contractions. So all she needs is a sneeze, and that baby's on its way.
Yikes. You're right. They can do it if they want.
Yeah.
But is that what it's going to be? It's just going to be like a lot of connections and fade to white? Like...
No, something will happen. I mean, they were, they're going to have to realize, they will all need to realize the main timeline exists, and then they're going to have to make a choice, of course.
Okay, choice time.
They're going to have to do something. They're going to have to make some sort of choice or decision about what to do with this information. So I don't know what that's going to be, but that just seems like it has to be true.
Yeah.
Choice, destiny, choice. Right.
As usual. Those are the four lost things.
The 4 pillars of lost.
Yeah,
lost
thank
story.
You. The fourfold lost path.
Mhm.
Yeah, they do bring up the fact they lost the body again. It's natural for Jack to bring it up, so may not matter, but still, that.
I thought it was interesting that he said they lost his father, but he didn't say they lost the coffin. He's like, I flew down to get his body, and they lost it, but it's like he didn't specifically say they lost the coffin.
Yeah, that's true.
I don't know. Maybe they're setting this weird thing up for maybe Kirsten to reappear somehow.
Oh my God! Could they really do that?
They can do whatever the fuck they want. What Lost can do knows no bounds. I really think at this point.
Yeah. No, I guess they could. Yeah, so speaking of something along those lines, I read this post about something that I think I might have said along these lines in Through the Looking Glass podcast, that if they do some kind of alternate timeline, then I won't watch Lost anymore or something like that. Some wonderful grand pronouncement like that. And all I can say is they eased me into it. Like, there were various times where I might have said certain things would be deal breakers, but by the time we got to it, I bought into it. I mean, I think they developed it in a way that it worked and it was plausible, and they've never overstepped the bounds of what I think is good storytelling. Even if the device sounds like a bad idea, they do it in a way that I like. So
yeah, I mean, I think I'm sure you were basically saying you don't want the explanation to be a cop out.
Yeah.
Of okay, it's an alternate timeline.
Yes, that was the point. I didn't want them to show us this flash forward and then say, but that didn't really happen.
Yeah, exactly. Or like it's just a dream, or anything like that. Of here's this outside explanation of what's going on.
Yeah.
Everything they have has been sort of internally working. So.
Exactly. Yeah. And they stuck to it. They didn't do the thing I was worried about at the time. And the alternate timeline that they have introduced is different. It's completely different people, and they're doing their own thing. They've got their own little story, and it's connected to the original one, but they're not doing the thing that I didn't want about the alternate timeline idea.
Yeah.
So I don't mind. I'll take it. But yeah, just
crazy that alternate timeline was even being discussed back then.
Yeah. I did clearly think that was out of bounds for the show at the time.
Yeah.
But in my defense, that was the end of season 3. I mean, things hadn't fully gotten crazy yet.
No. The crazy was just starting.
Yeah, that was the beginning of the crazy, really. I had no idea what we were in for over the next couple seasons. So, I just didn't. So that, like, right now I'm thinking, no way that they're going to bring Christian back. That's too crazy. But, you know, I guess they could do it.
Yeah.
If they really want to, I mean, if they can make it work, then that'd be okay. I do want to see Christian somehow, some way. So, you know, almost, even though I don't see how it could make sense, I sort of want it to be true.
Yeah. All right, we get another cameo for the Apollo bar.
Oh, yeah. Yet another reference.
Mhm.
Sometimes you just need a little push. God.
I like that he tries to give Claire the candy bar.
Yeah, I saw that.
He's like, no.
Candy bar?
I bought one. You want it?
I found out from the Geronimo Jacksbeard podcast that in season 2, the Apollo bars were like protein energy bars.
Mhm.
Basically, just because they didn't melt as much.
Mhm.
Because it was like hot where they were shooting, and so but they tasted really bad, apparently. Like they were just like thick and protein, and not at all, you know, sweet and chocolatey.
Yeah.
But apparently they changed them at some point, and they're actually chocolate now.
Oh, good.
So just so you know.
Duly noted.
Yeah. The more you know.
So, anything else with this scene?
Guess not.
Boom, we're back on the island. The gang scopes out the sub. None of Widmore's men are on the dock. Sawyer tells the group the plan and makes sure Jack and Locke have their back. Jack assures Sawyer he does. Sawyer heads out with Sun, Frank, Jen, and Hurley in tow. They board the sub and soon find the captain. Sawyer sticks a gun in the captain's face and tells him to ready the sub. Outside, Kate, Saeed, and Claire advance towards the sub. Locke grabs his pack and hands Jack his pack. As they advance to the sub, Locke asks Jack to reconsider leaving the island. Jack is sure he wants to stay. Locke tells Jack whoever told him he had to stay didn't know what they were talking about. Jack turns to Locke and tells him that John Locke told him he had to stay, and then pushes Locke into the water. Suddenly, Kate gets shot. Widmore's men fire from the jungle tree line. Saeed, Jack, and Claire fire back. Jack grabs Kate and takes her to the sub. Saeed yells for Claire to come, but she's busy laying cover fire and taking out Widmore's men. Locke makes his way back on the dock and shoots the rest of Widmore's men. On the sub, Jack tells the gang Widmore's men shot Kate. He tells Hurley to get a first aid kit. Saeed tells Sawyer... What?
Sorry, there's a lot.
There's a lot of action. Saeed tells Sawyer only Claire is left on the dock. Sawyer calls for Claire, but then sees Locke. Sawyer closes the sub hatch and radios to Frank to order the captain to dive. Claire runs after the sub, but Locke stops her. He tells her she doesn't want to be on the submarine. Kate asks where Claire is, saying they can't leave without her. Hurley comes back, unable to find a first aid kit. Jack tells Jen to go get his pack, then finds the C4 rigged to a timer. Jack realizes they did exactly what Locke wanted them to do. Boom.
Lost. Man. Okay, so, yeah, God, that was a lot of action.
Yeah, it's a lot going on.
I just got tired. I was like, oh, man, I can't take all this. Okay, so to start at the beginning, liked a little bit with Sawyer saying, can you get our backs? Seemed like a little callback to the Juliet thing with you got my back.
Yeah, totally.
It was the same context, too. Let's see. The first time I watched this, I did not notice a little switcheroo with the backpacks.
Oh, I did.
Damn you.
And but you know what? I blame the show because they cut to it. They cut to him grabbing both packs, and I go, oh, God, he's going to switch the damn packs.
Oh.
So I knew the setup was coming before it even happened. It was, it didn't take out too much of the drama, but it's still like, yeah, when the Evil Incarnate gives you a backpack, I was a little suspicious of what was going to happen. So.
Yeah.
You know, it's like before in the scene with Sawyer, you were saying, you know, you thought Sawyer was telling the truth when he told Locke. You know, he told Locke, I trust you. But there's a shot in there of Sawyer, like, thinking. You know, he's got his head down, and he's, like, you know, in between stuff that's going on after he says that, they set up the thing that happens with him and Jack talking.
Yeah.
You know, so they always do that. Like, they show you those little shots of setting up what's going to happen, you know, and they need to. But if you're paying attention specifically to what's going on, you know, you can spoil yourself by going, okay, well, what does that mean that they're showing us Locke grabbing both backpacks and giving Jack one of them, you know?
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, basically, like, I was just wrapped up in the action, and I
that's
didn't
what they
give
want.
a shit about who had what backpack, and I was just
that's
like...
the thing. With the action, every shot counts. So why are they going to show this shot unless it means something?
Yeah.
You know, that's why it sticks out to me with stuff like that. It's like, okay, well, because of the action, the fact that they're showing this means something's up, you know.
Right, but I'm not even suspicious. I'm just worried about what's happening, and I'm ready to get back to it and anxious. And so I'm not even thinking, like, why are they showing me this? Like, no, I'm thinking, like,
You're
you
lucky.
know, they're in trouble. They need to get on the sub, you know, go, Jack, go. Like, it's not really in my head that there's something suspicious about that. You know, when I'm wrapped up in the moment. When I watched it the second time, it stood out.
Yeah.
Because I was thinking clearly, and I wasn't just sort of wrapped up in the action as much.
Yeah, well, you know how I watch TV shows, and I'm always thinking about I ruin stuff so much. I ruin jokes for myself. I ruin plot lines for myself, because I'm always trying to figure out what it is.
Right.
You know, I rarely just sit back, and I really can't. You know, having, you know, screenwriting training and stuff is just like, I'm looking at the building blocks too much of how they're doing these things, and it just, you know, I mean, obviously they can fool me plenty of times, but when it's little things like that, you know, it stands out to me, and I'm like, oh, okay, well, he has C4 in his bag, and he just gave Jack a backpack. Let's see what happens.
Right, yeah. I especially the first time I watch it, I tend to just go with it and not think about things. Usually, if I notice something, then I'm not involved enough in the story. Like, if I'm really involved in what's going on, like, I just lose track of stuff. Like, I completely lost track of what happened to Frank. Like, I remember at the end, I was like, I don't know where Frank is. I missed it. I don't even remember what happened to him because there was so much else going on. I lost it. And because I was just, you know, I was worried about all the characters.
I think I'm a better multitasker.
Yeah. I just,
that has something to do with
when
it.
I get involved in the main thing, like, all the extra stuff just goes by me because I'm just worried about what's happening, the main point. You know, and I'm missing the smaller things. So, anyway, yeah, it's definitely catchable. I could have caught it if I had been a little more detached from what was going on, but
part of me wishes they wouldn't have even showed it. You know, part of me wishes I didn't see it and it would have just been a total surprise. But because, you know, it's like when Jin gets Jack's backpack, I'm just like, okay, well, what's in here, huh? You know, because that's the kind of thing of, like, you know, any other situation. It's like Jack tells Hurley to go get the first aid kit, but Hurley comes back without one. And then what's the next step? Okay, well, what's in my backpack? You know, Jack doesn't say, you know, Hurley, give me your shirt, or does someone have an extra shirt? He goes, no. There's probably an extra shirt in my bag, and it's just like, okay, well, here's the setup to see what's in the bag. Yeah.
See, I'm not even worried about what's in the bag because I didn't even notice that he switched them.
Yeah.
So, like, it to me, it's, you know, I'm worried about what's happening with the sub. You know,
but you didn't think he was going to find a shirt in the bag, right, and just, like, fix Kate up. I mean, maybe he could have.
Believe it or not, I did. I had no idea. I had no idea that.
Well, that's good. That's what they want.
Was a setup for something. I really did think he was just going to get a shirt, and, you know, it was going to be about the escape. I really just did not realize what they were doing.
Yeah.
It wasn't until Locke said, "You don't want to be on that sub," that I realized something was wrong.
Well, according to Lostpedia, you can see the first aid kit in the captain's area where Frank is. So
really?
maybe Hurley didn't go up there to look, but apparently there was a first aid kit on board somewhere. But anyway, yeah, this whole thing about the C4 though, that was pretty cool.
Yeah.
And then Jack realizing, okay, we just played right into his plan. And I wanted to, remember when I was rewatching, I'm like, why does Jack even get on the sub? He didn't even want to leave, but it's because Kate got shot.
Yes.
He was too busy thinking about, trying to help her and get her on board because otherwise he wouldn't have even gotten on there.
Yeah. Yeah. I feel like maybe it's also just because they were being shot at.
Huh?
I feel like it's also maybe because they were being shot at.
Oh, well, that too. Yeah. But I mean, he could have done something else besides getting on the sub. But the fact that he picks up Kate, and he's Jack, he's the doctor, he's going to take care of her.
Yeah.
That's the big reason why he gets on there.
Right. Yeah. When Jack says John Locke told me I needed to stay and pushed him in the water.
That was so great. That's one of the best moments of the season.
I found that immensely satisfying.
So great. So when he turns and goes, John Locke told me I had to stay.
Yeah.
He's telling John Locke that,
Yeah.
And then he takes the gun and pushes him in the water. Yeah, it was pretty nice.
Yeah, that's one of those moments that I didn't see it coming, and it was just like, yes, finally.
Well, what's funny about that too, what's sort of ironic is doesn't Locke remember John Locke saying that?
Yeah, he should.
Because he said, whoever told you that, doesn't he know he told him that?
Mm-hmm. He
would.
Weird. He would know that, yes.
But yeah, it was really satisfying. It reminded me of a very a better version than that little exchange with with Kate and Aldo when he's like, "You better not slow me down," and he walks away and she mumbles, "I'm not slowing down." And it's I want it more of what Jack does of "You better not slow me down, Aldo," in his face,
Yeah.
So I'm glad they have a sort of similar exchange, but Jack, it really works, and he pushes him in the water. And,
Yeah. Yeah, it was and just having Jack say, he's staying on the island because Locke told him, and this guy, took his form and tricked him into thinking he should die, and it's just, it's finally someone sort of, getting something over on Smokey, plus the fact that it's actually Jack, kind of defending Locke in a way.
Yeah.
Getting to that point. There's just so much about the situation that made that work.
Yeah, it's pretty powerful how they, this whole idea of trust and faith in somebody else, and so much of the show is about that, and it's interesting how powerful that is when when Jack he has faith in what Locke has told him, and he trusts that what Locke said is true, and he's going to turn to the smoke monster and tell him that.
Yeah.
It's so powerful that way.
Yeah, it really is. It's to be at that point in the show is really really amazing.
Yeah. I mean, if you got Jack convinced, it's you can turn water into wine.
Yeah.
Miracles do happen, Helen. You're right.
Yes, they do.
Jack is. This is Jack. This is Doctor. This is Dr. Jack who thinks it's impossible for him to die. He understands that the fundamental laws of the universe are not working here.
Yeah.
So it's he's able to wrap his mind around so many crazy things, and and I just love that Jack realizes the sort of key elements here of well, he says it later, but Locke can't leave with them alive, and and the whole idea of what his plan was and stuff like that, and he can't kill them, and he wants us to kill each other, and things like I just love that Jack is the one who sort of figures all that stuff out.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree. It's. I mean, yeah. The thing that's great about it is that has been Jack's journey since like the beginning of the show, really.
Yeah.
And they really developed that very nicely. I mean, it's been consistent the entire time. That slow thing. I mean, initially it was just conflict with Locke. But then it got taken to another level once he actually left the island.
Jack pulled a gun on Locke and pulled the trigger.
He did. He really did. Yeah. Yeah, that was, man. That still kind of blows me away.
He knew the gun was empty by the weight of it. That's what I'll say.
Okay. All right.
It's not true, though.
I don't think it's true.
It's not.
You're not going to shoot me, click.
Although I would say, can Jack even, could he have killed Locke? Would the island have stopped that from happening? Can the candidates kill each other? I guess
think
they can.
So. I think that's sort of the
They
point of
just
the
did.
scene. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I think it's a little confusing how all that works, but yeah, I think he could have killed him. Potentially.
You want me to go to the next part of this scene?
If the gun had bullets. Let's see.
This sequence, there's a lot more.
More bulletproof Locke. Sort of talked about that. It is weird though to see. So, do you think Locke is somehow like weaker when he's in the water or something? Like, is that a thing?
Yeah, I mean, Locke can't be around a sub without getting wet. Huh? That seemed like such a weird parallel of.
It really did, yeah.
Just like all of a sudden he's wet. I mean, I think that's why the original Locke was wet, right? Jack pushed him in.
Jack pushed him in. Is that?
I don't know.
Wow. Could that be the deleted scene?
Deleted scene? Yeah, no, it can't be.
He just comes out and Jack pushes him in?
No. What was your question before? Oh, is Locke weaker when he's in the water?
Yeah.
I don't think so.
Okay. It was
what
like
makes you think he was weaker?
Sawyer specified to Jack, like, get him in the water. And so maybe.
Well, I think that's the only thing that could reliably slow him down. Because if you hit him or anything, he's just going to get up. But
yeah,
actually being in the water means he's got to take a couple seconds to actually get back up.
Okay.
Yeah. I mean, I would buy the theory that I would buy that there's something to that idea that he's being in the water would do something to him if Sawyer had any good reason to think that. I don't think Sawyer has any good reason to think specifically the water would do anything. Well, the
only reason why I'm suspicious of that is he did have the conversation with Locke about how he can't turn into Smokey over the water. So I was thinking that maybe he somehow thought that meant, pushing him in the water would either prevent him from turning into Smokey or I don't know what. But, like, he did have a conversation about water and Smokey.
Yeah.
So that made me think somehow that's why he said those things. I don't know. Maybe that's taking it too far. I really don't know.
Yeah, there's a little something there, I think, of at least putting that idea in Sawyer's head that he couldn't be Smokey. He couldn't just turn into Smokey when he's in the water. I'd buy that, but I think in general he just needed him to be stalled.
Yeah.
And that's the best way to do it.
Yeah. Okay, I'll buy that. I know Claire's sort of occupied, but she got a lot of calls to get in the sub.
That's the thing. It seemed like she was trying to just help them get in and lay down cover fire. But by the time Sayid is calling for her, it's like, okay, come on. And then, like, Sawyer's like, come on.
Yeah.
It's a little late by the time Sawyer gets up there because Locke is out of the water. But,
right.
But she, again, it's like, I know she thinks they left her, but, she really should have just left,
Yeah.
Once Locke gets out of the water and starts shooting, she should have left. She should have known he could handle it.
Yeah.
And she should have got on the sub.
Yeah, totally.
But it's a TV show. I think that's the answer why she didn't get in.
Okay.
They want her with Locke for some other reason.
Yeah, I thought, when Sayid yells at her, I thought that was the time for her to turn around and get in the sub, but
yeah.
And it seemed like she had the chance, and I think they would have let her in. I think they tried to let her in. They just.
Oh yeah, that's the thing with Sawyer. Like I always, both times I watched this, I would think when Sawyer says who's left up there, and they say Claire, I expect him to just call immediately to Frank and say dive.
Mm-hmm.
To immediately go, okay, nobody cares about her, let's go. But he doesn't. He goes up to the top and he's like, okay, Claire, come on, So he does try to save her. He's the one who didn't even care about her.
And it definitely, I think he only shuts the door on her because Locke's right there.
Because Locke is right there, totally.
And he doesn't want Locke.
He didn't want to risk it.
Yeah.
Although Locke didn't want in.
Locke didn't want in.
That's the strange part is, I don't know, if Sawyer would have waited for Claire, I don't know what Locke would have done. He can't kill them, so does he just get in? I don't know what he would have. Not that they would have waited to find out, but I don't know what he would have done if he caught up with them before they closed the hatch.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a good point. It would have got awkward when he gets there, and it's like
when he gets in, he's soaking wet, and Jack's just like, well.
Yeah, or he's trying to act like he wants to get in, but he doesn't.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, yeah, I'll be there soon.
Mm-hmm. I'm coming. I'm gonna tie my shoes first, but I'm mad, and you guys,
Yeah, I don't know. That's he really has to. It really helps that there's Widmore's men shooting at them. Like that makes it more plausible that he's like occupied and not just running into the sub.
Mm-hmm. Well, and I think that's the thing. He would have run into the sub if he wanted on it.
Yeah.
He was trying to make sure they all got on it.
Yeah. Yeah. It's just
But it comes off like he's protecting them, but at the same time, he's just trying to make sure they all get on.
Right. But I'm trying to imagine if Widmore's men hadn't shown up, how would he have played off getting in the sub, not getting in the sub? Like how would that have worked? It just seems like it depends on. It depends on them showing up to make it make sense. Oh no, I guess they betray him, and that's the point.
Yeah, they pushed him. Jack pushed him in the water.
Yeah. Okay. He pushed him in the water, so they're going to close the door because they don't want him in there.
Yeah.
That's what he's counting on. I guess I was assuming somehow they were all just going to leave, and I forgot they betrayed him. Yeah. Okay. Okay. And he knows they're going to do that.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Never mind. False alarm. Sorry. I get it. But there's no shirt in the backpack.
There's no shirt.
But there is a bomb. And, man, he rigged this bomb with this, watch he just grabbed off some random guy. And
yeah.
It's kind of weird.
Yeah, it's pretty good.
Yeah.
He rigged the bomb Sayid couldn't easily disarm.
Yeah. Yeah.
Anyway, let's go to the next scene since we're still continuing the drama here.
Okay.
Jack tells them they have to get to the surface. Jen radios the order to Frank. Jack hands the bomb to Sayid and goes back to helping Kate. Jack tells them Locke put the bomb in his pack. Jen doesn't understand why, since Locke wanted to come with them. Sawyer says that's why he left Locke behind, and Jack says that's why Jack says that's what Locke wanted him to do. Frank tells Sawyer it will be 5 minutes before they surface, which is longer than they have. Sayid analyzes the bomb and tells them he's not sure if it can be disarmed safely. Sawyer tells Sayid to step aside. Jack tells Sawyer not to pull out any wires as nothing's going to happen. Jack thinks Locke can't kill them, that he was setting them up all to be in the same place at the same time in an enclosed space they had no hope of escaping. Jack thinks Locke can't leave the island unless they are all dead. He thinks Locke isn't allowed to kill them and wants them to kill each other. Jack tries to convince Sawyer that nothing will happen, but Sawyer doesn't want to do nothing. Jack tells Sawyer he has to trust him. Sawyer says he doesn't and pulls a wire. The timer stops counting down, then suddenly starts counting down even faster. Sayid tells Jack where to find Desmond and emphasizes Locke wanted him dead and therefore Jack will need him. Jack asks Sayid why he is telling him this. Sayid says, because it's going to be you, Jack. Sayid grabs the bomb and runs towards the back of the sub. As he makes it to another compartment, the bomb explodes. Frank makes his way from the bridge and gets hit by a door from the gushing water. The gang attempts to recover from the blast and is pinned by a large cabinet. Jack tells Hurley to save Kate and gives them an oxygen tank so they can buddy breathe to the surface. Whew.
Yeah, I'm exhausted. You're not even done, right?
I'm not done yet. Jin, Sawyer, and Jack pull the large cabinet off of Sun, but find she is pinned by some metal beams. Sawyer gets hit with some falling debris, knocking him unconscious. Jack grabs Sawyer, attempts to also help Sun, but Jin makes him leave to save Sawyer. Jack tries to give Jin the last oxygen tank, but Jin tells him to keep it. Jack makes his way out of the sub with Sawyer. Jin keeps trying to free Sun, but it's not working. Sun tells him he has to leave, but he says he won't leave her. As the water rises, he continues to try to free her. She begs him to leave. In Korean, Jin tells Sun he will never leave her again. They tell each other they love each other and share their final moments as the sub sinks further and further. We see Sun and Jin's hands holding each other tightly, then their hands slowly drift apart. End of scene.
Oh, wow, what a scene.
Yeah.
You just killed, like, a lot of characters at that
I know.
scene. Holy shit. Okay, so let's start with the minor one first. Is Frank dead? Did he just take a door to the face and that's Frank?
You know, again, if they kill him off screen, you know, I don't think they're dead. I don't think Frank's done, but he could be done. But it just, you know, during the little montage at the end with Sun and Jin, and you know the sub is sinking, and they cut to a couple of shots of some flooded compartments. One of them looks like where Frank was, and you don't see him there. So I kind of feel like he just got knocked out, but he made it out.
Okay, and he just didn't make it to where they all meet up.
Yeah.
Okay.
That would be a really crappy death for Frank, I think.
It would be so crappy. He gets on his way, and then he takes a door to the face.
Yeah, and he saw it coming, too. He just kind of stood there and was like, oh, great. I was a little, you know, I'm not upset with Sayid, but I was a little upset just with the fact that Sayid didn't try to close the compartment behind him, which would have really saved a lot of people, at least from the water, you know?
Yeah.
But I guess they would have been then trapped without maybe a way to get out, because they all swam out through that hole, too.
Yeah, that's true.
So I don't know which would have been better, but I just thought when Sayid was running, you know, that's the cool thing about a submarine is it has those compartments.
Yeah.
And one of the cool things, of course, there's many.
So many.
So many. But yeah, so Sayid tells Jack, it's going to be you.
Right.
What does that mean? I didn't really. I mean, I have some ideas of what that means, but do you know what he means by that?
I think he means the candidate to replace Jacob.
Okay. And why does he think it's Jack?
Why does he think that? I don't know.
Yeah, because that's the thing. Like he tells Jack where Desmond is because he thinks Jack is going to be the one. It's just like, okay. That was my interpretation too, but it was just weird for him to just surmise that his final moments. He goes, "Oh, Jack, you're going to be the one."
Yeah. Yeah.
You know, and maybe he's thinking that because Jack accurately, you know, realized the situation they were in. You know, no one else did.
Right. Sure.
You know, he called it. And I love the whole tension of if we do nothing, we're fine. I really, that's just such a great quandary to be in. Of like, there's a bomb counting down. Everyone's reaction is to disarm it. But it's like, okay, if we do nothing, we're going to be fine because he can't kill us. Hurley's like, what?
Right.
What do you mean he can't kill us?
Yeah. Almost as Jack could say, I did this experiment with Alpert, and we let us take a dynamite.
I would say Hurley. It was on Hurley to say to really verify Jack's thesis here. You know, I think as a sort of third party to be able to say, well, he did do this with Alpert, and he couldn't die.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah. Yeah, Hurley kind of, he is so not the leader.
No, he's so not the leader.
At this point, it's ridiculous. Like, he sort of half-heartedly said, like, didn't Richard not want him to leave or something?
Mm-hmm.
It was like, Hurley is just, why even bother? It's not going to work. No one is listening to you now, Hurley.
Yeah.
But yeah,
I love how Jack tells Hurley, you know, when he tells Hurley to go save Kate, and he goes, Hurley, you can do this. And I'm thinking, he couldn't even find the first aid kit.
Mm-hmm.
but you're sure he can save Kate? All right.
Yeah. Well, apparently he did it.
Apparently he did. So yeah. Because Jack believed in him.
He's more. Yeah. Oh, he believed. Yeah, he's better at that, I guess. I don't know. Maybe the first aid kit shot was a continuity error.
The first what?
Or the first aid kit shot.
The what?
The shot of the first aid kit.
Oh, first aid kit. I could tell what you were saying.
Yeah. Okay.
So wait, what's your point?
Maybe that was a continuity error.
What do you mean?
I mean, maybe they shouldn't have had that shot.
Of the first aid kit?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, maybe. I don't know. I mean, I don't know where Hurley went to look. I just feel like he didn't find wherever he went to look. They didn't show him going where Frank was, did they?
I don't think so. I mean, I don't think they showed him really going anywhere. I think they just left.
Exactly. I just think he didn't, you know. I just think it's just, like a continuity situation of we just happened to see what he was looking for in another place.
Yeah.
You know, of course there should be more than one first aid kit on the sub.
Yeah. And they wanted to get the backpack open, so.
Yeah, I totally want to get the backpack open.
It's weird because, like, if they hadn't found the bomb in, like, you know, like, it would have, you know what I mean?
It wouldn't have gone off.
Yeah, like, it depends on them actually finding the bomb, so, like, if Hurley had found the first aid kit, then they might not have found the bomb before the bomb timer ran out, and then, you know, or not even found it for a really long time. I mean, they could have got all the way, I don't know, however far away.
Yeah.
You know, and I don't know, that's weird. Because it really depends on them finding it. But I guess that's what Locke had to do because he didn't want him to know that he was giving them a bomb, but he couldn't have the bomb kill them that he made. So, you know, I guess he just had to count on them finding it in time and stuff like that.
Yeah.
And the bomb timer, I mean, it's good to have the timer running because that naturally makes you nervous. Like you said, like when you see a bomb ticking down, you don't want to just do nothing.
Yeah.
Like that's not very comforting. Okay, we'll just sit here and do nothing and then we'll be fine.
Yeah, Sawyer. Oh, Sawyer. You know, I haven't been this disappointed in Sawyer in a long time.
Yeah.
I mean, obviously, you know, justifiable from his perspective.
Like you said, Sawyer totally pulled a Jack.
Yeah. The situations were Jack was shouting nonsense like Brock used to do.
Yep.
And Sawyer was being, you know, realistic like Jack used to be.
Yep.
And the role totally were switched on that one.
When he was saying you have to trust me, I was thinking I don't think Sawyer trusts you, Jack. I'm sorry,
Yeah.
and I wasn't surprised at all when he pulled it out.
Well, the Juliet thing obviously was a big problem for Sawyer, but I was a little disappointed just with the fact that Sawyer kept asking Jack for favors in recent history, and of course just very recently with pushing Locke in the water, and Jack had his back. Sawyer tells Jack, I need you to get some of our people away from Locke's group. How am I going to do that, Sawyer? Just do it, Jack. I don't know how you're going to do it. You figure it out. So Jack gets those people to Sawyer's boat.
Yeah.
That's number one. He comes to rescue them. That's number two. And then the thing with pushing Locke in the water, Jack, it's like Jack has done a lot for Sawyer recently.
Yeah.
Like going directly against Smokey several times. And to me, I thought, okay, when Jack says you got to trust me, I'm thinking, okay, can Sawyer put the Juliet thing behind him and trust in the fact that Jack, that Jack has done all of this stuff for Sawyer? Can Sawyer do something for Jack now?
Yeah.
But it came down to trust, and the last time he trusted Jack, Juliet died. So
right.
He was like, no, I don't.
Yeah. Yeah. And this is, he's trusting Jack not to blow them all up.
Mhm.
And it's a hard decision. I mean, I can understand doubting him. I mean, what we've seen on the show, like, I know Jack's right, but from Sawyer's perspective, I can understand where he's coming from.
I just wish Sawyer, they had a little bit of time. I just wish Jack could have been like, Sawyer, think this through. He does try. He says, well, why would he put a timer on it? Why wouldn't he just throw it in there? And so he's like, well, I don't know.
Yeah.
But it's just like you got a couple of seconds here before you have to do anything with the bomb. I don't know. It doesn't feel like that in the situation, but I'm just thinking like, come on, Jack, tell Sawyer what he told you. How sometimes you need to think things through and don't just react.
Yeah, you're right. He's totally just reacting.
Yeah.
He's not thinking things through. He's gone the other way.
Mhm.
He's the new Jack.
He's the new Jack, yeah.
I guess we can't do without a man of science somewhere.
Somewhere. Well, there's always an unbeliever.
Yeah.
How do you know the believers unless they have an unbeliever with them, right?
That's true. It makes for a good contrast.
Yeah.
And it's just, yeah. I mean, Jack's, oh God.
But that's what I can't wait to see it, but also I can't wait to see it, which is, the aftermath of this. What is Jack going to tell Sawyer, and what is Sawyer going to think about these lives on his hands? I mean, obviously they're putting him in Jack's shoes now.
Yeah.
Of having this big responsibility for people dying.
Yes.
And not just other, not red shirts, Sun and Jen,
Right, yeah.
Sun, Jen, Saeed, possibly Frank.
Yeah.
So
yeah.
It's just, I don't know how Sawyer's going to cope with it. I really don't.
Yeah, I don't either, actually. But, yeah, it'll be interesting to see. I think that that's got to affect him in some way.
Yeah.
I mean, it
has to, yeah.
He's not the kind of person to just shrug that off, I think.
No.
At this point in the show.
So we have R.I.P. Saeed. Should we go through R.I.P.s now?
Yeah, I guess we have to. God damn, it's a lot.
This is the R.I.P. segment.
Man, we don't usually get the R.I.P. fucking main characters like this. This is the end of the show shit here.
Yeah.
We're R.I.P. and Saeed and, oh, God. Yeah. So, Saeed.
What do you, I don't know what you say about Saeed Jarrah. What can you say about this guy? This was the Swiss Army knife of Losties, right?
Yes.
Geez, what could he not do?
He was always there for those technical expertise moments. He was really good at reading people and coming up, figuring out what what was going on in situations before anyone else did. And he was always very reliable. If they needed to go on a mission and do something, you could count on him.
Man, if you went on a mission without Sayid, you weren't prepared. You weren't prepared for what might go wrong.
Yeah, he would never pull a Kate and just get caught or become a problem.
No.
More than likely he'll save you from a situation.
Yep. He will gladly save you. You know, he had a very generous personality, I think, to a large degree. He did a lot of stuff that was that he thought was the right thing to do, and it was sort of not just for selfish reasons.
Yeah. I definitely think he had a very serious good streak, despite the fact that he used to be a torturer. And they were fairly consistent about that. It always kind of bled through. Usually when he did bad things, he felt bad about it.
Hey, the Rousseau thing, right?
Yeah.
He tortures Sawyer and he exiles himself.
Yeah.
He's
exactly.
like, okay, I gotta go contemplate my actions.
Yes. Yeah, like I can't even be around people. Like I need to isolate myself and think about what I've done. And that was great. That was the first great Sayid moment, I think.
So Lostpedia has a list of his skills that I thought were pretty apt and succinct. We pretty much said them, but they've got telecommunications, electromagnetism, cartography, aviation,
all right,
unarmed combat, which is the big one,
sure,
and intuition. Yeah. Yeah,
so, he was the first person to realize Michael was compromised. He was the first person.
Oh, that was so great when he walked up to Jack.
Yeah.
And he oh man, keep walking, Jack.
Yes.
Oh man, that was great.
Yeah. No one else. If it weren't for him, they wouldn't have realized it as soon as they did. So and he after interrogating Henry Gale, he correctly concluded that he was one of the others. He seemed to know that before everybody else did. So there's that. He was the first person to realize that Mikhail was one of the others. When they ran into him, and he was saying he was from the Dharma Initiative. He knew that he shouldn't trust Ben, even though he ended up working for him.
Yeah.
I think Sayid had bad luck. I mean, having Nadia just get killed after a few months was just really unfortunate, and I think that just kind of drove him into his death spiral.
Did you have to really say he drove him?
Yeah.
Considering how Nadia died. Come on.
Sorry, no pun intended. But it is interesting. As soon as Ben dismisses him, what does he do? He starts going to build houses for charity. Like that.
Yeah.
He still has that impulse, even though he spent years killing people.
Yeah.
It's interesting with him. He's a very conflicted character.
Yeah.
I think. He was the reason that Desmond got to talk to Penny in the Constant.
Yeah.
The phone was dismantled, or the engine room was not the engine room.
Communications
room. Michael had destroyed it, and if Sayid weren't there, Desmond had no idea how to fix that stuff.
No.
So it was good that he was able to do that, and I really liked that they had just one last bit of him here, analyzing how the bomb works, and
I love that Jack directly gives it to him.
Yeah.
Sayid doesn't ask for it. Jack's like, here, Sayid, this needs to go to you.
Yeah. Yeah.
You know, it's like season 1. It's just like, okay, this is a guy who's gonna deal with this thing.
It is, yeah. And he really seemed at the end. He really seemed to snap out of his season 6 stupor.
He seemed like he was on. You know, he had reached the nadir of his downfall.
Yeah.
And he was coming back up the other way. You know, after deciding not to kill Desmond, it seemed like he was more and more normal and yeah. I mean, he kind of pulled a Charlie here with the selfless act. You know. But it was, I'm a little confused about the bomb thing, though. Like, he was saying, if you pull these 2 wires, it should stop. But he wasn't. But I guess they have to be pulled at the same time or something.
Mm-hmm.
And but it seems like when Sawyer takes out the wire, it seems like he only pulls out one or something. Does he pull out both?
I think he pulls out both.
Oh, okay.
I remember him using both his hands on both sides.
Okay, I didn't catch that, but yeah, I didn't know if Sawyer had did it wrong or not, but that's interesting. Yeah, Saeed Jarrah, one of my favorite characters ever. You know, he got a little bit, not so great this season, but but besides that, an A character definitely.
Yeah, I was disappointed that at the direction he went after he left the island, and I felt like they took him in a path where he was becoming irredeemable, but I guess that's not entirely the case. They did kind of bring him back at the end, and I think for where they have brought him, this is a fairly appropriate thing to do with him. Yeah,
totally.
And so I'm happy with it. I'll take it. I think I wish they didn't have to torture him so much for so long. He's just a miserable character for a very long time.
Yeah.
But in the early parts of the show, he was fantastic. He was the first one to find Rousseau, and he had a thing with her, and what this says about the claiming and about Dogen's thing, like he was just wrong about Saeed.
Yeah, I don't know what to make of that. I mean, it seems like he was wrong in just a general idea that Saeed was just completely bad or whatever. That didn't seem to be true, but and this whole idea of being claimed and influenced by Locke didn't really seem to be true either. Like he had his own free will.
Yeah. I mean, he even before this episode, like with Desmond, he had already, decided not to do something Locke told him to do.
Yeah, that Saeed says, he tells Locke at one point, he didn't feel anything, and Locke says that might be good for what's coming.
Yeah.
But I think it's, I feel like in Saeed's final scene, like he's got to be feeling something, like he feels something something that makes him decide to do this.
Yeah. I mean, it almost seems like that was a temporary thing or something. Or maybe he was just going through a period of feeling nothing. But I don't know what to make of it, but it just, if someone claimed can do what Saeed does, then being claimed isn't that bad.
Yeah.
Like, I'm prepared to believe that Rousseau was claimed if Saeed was claimed. Because the stuff she did now, is consistent with the way Saeed ends up behaving.
Yeah.
So it's weird. Like, is the claim thing just kind of I don't know. It almost seems like maybe I was right. Maybe there is no sickness. and people just I don't know. Sometimes they do bad stuff and then they call it the sickness.
Well, there's got to be something to it. I mean, there's got to be something if both Claire and Saeed are in that category. Maybe they just weren't as far along as what Dogen thought they would be at a certain point. As far along as as Robert, you know, and Montana and those guys or whatever, like trying to kill Rousseau, like, you know, they he was talking about, oh, I wouldn't hurt you or the baby, but then he was going to shoot her. So
right, yeah.
You know, now I don't know why he would be further along in such a less amount of time, but
yeah, that is odd. But yeah, I mean, that seems worse. Like, I can't imagine Saeed shooting Nadia, which is sort of the equivalent thing.
Mm-hmm.
You know, even if she was threatening him with a gun.
Yeah, he would have shot himself.
Yeah, like that doesn't work for me. And so it seems like he didn't have the more serious version or something.
Yeah.
Which is just odd. But nonetheless, regardless of the claiming issue, which I think even Claire, to me, doesn't seem really very claimed anymore.
Not anymore.
She seems totally like normal Claire.
Pretty much, yeah.
I can't tell the difference. You know, except for she's kind of dirty. But
and everyone's leaving her just the same.
Right.
How many times can she be abandoned in a season?
A lot.
Oh, man. They're going to have a fun time explaining why they left her.
Yeah. Again. Yeah, it's pretty amazing. God, Claire, jeez. But at this point, I am glad that they're able to give Saeed a sort of hero's death.
Yeah, I figured they would. Like I said before in the podcast, I just couldn't imagine they would not give him some redeeming quality at the end. You know, that's just, it's only fair for Saeed.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah, totally.
So, all right. R.I.P. Saeed.
R.I.P. Saeed. Damn, I thought you'd make it to the finale.
So close.
We'll probably get Flash Saeed, though.
Yeah. Yeah, we should.
So we'll probably, but that's one of the things I realized with this episode, having these original characters die, and then we see Jen, I think, in the Flash Sideways a little bit after he dies. I realized that I do like the Sideways characters, but it's the original characters that I'm much more invested in. They're the ones I care about a lot more.
Yeah. And
seeing them in the Sideways is like kind of a consolation, but not really, because they really are different characters.
It's a different universe. Like, you know, it barely counts. Yeah.
It's not really the same. It's not a comfort to me exactly. Like, it was cool, it was cool to see Alana, for example, but it didn't really replace the island Alana at all.
No.
And this is, of course, a bigger deal than that, but it's I don't know. So I think we might actually see him in the finale. Probably will, actually, but
yeah.
Island Saeed, the one from the beginning of the show, is gone. So
yeah, he's gone.
That's bad.
All right, so now we can R.I.P. Sun and Jen.
Okay.
Jeez.
They're killing us.
Yeah. No, well, they're killing them.
They're killing them. And it's killing me.
Which is killing us,
God. Okay, so Sun and Jen, Jesus, I did not expect them to kill Sun and Jen. Saeed, I was like, okay, based on the way they've written him, I'm not surprised that happened. But I was not expecting Sun and Jen to die.
Yeah.
And when Sun got trapped, I was like, okay, just rescue her. Come on, you're still not rescuing her? You're going to have to rescue her.
Sun getting trapped reminds me of her getting shot in the Flash Sideways.
Yeah.
It's like, why are you always standing in the wrong place? What is it?
It's like she stands in the danger spot.
Yeah, she's always in the danger zone.
Wherever that place is, where they are,
she
where
can find it.
The bad things happen.
That's her power.
That's her power. Finally, we found out what Sun's power is.
That's what Sun's power is. She's always in the wrong place at the wrong time.
Yeah. Yeah, you're right. That's what it seemed like. It just seemed like, they're just punching up the drama. Sun's going to be trapped for a little bit, and then, Jin and maybe somebody else, they'll help dig her out, and it'll just, whatever. Let's go. Come on. And even they get to the end, and it's still like, Jin's like, no, I can get you out. Okay, here we go. This time it's going to happen. And I just kept waiting.
I don't even know what happened to her. I don't even understand the logistics of how she got pinned down.
It's very confusing.
Yeah, like all of a sudden that cabinet thing came out of nowhere.
Yeah. It was just like bam, I got a cabinet on me.
Yeah, and then you take that off, and it's like, bam, I'm trapped with these metal bars.
Yeah, I'm like, metal. I don't really understand how those metal bars got around her.
Yeah,
it's very confusing.
Yeah, I can't really tell what happened, but I was thinking. I once, the second or third time, Jin tried and he couldn't even budge those things. I'm thinking, okay, well, Sun's done. But maybe she's going to make Jin leave, and she's going to say, you got to go raise our daughter, and he's going to, he's going to go and leave her, but then, fight with Jin to get back home.
Yeah.
But he just couldn't leave her.
Yeah. Yes, he tried to get him to leave multiple times, and I really thought he would eventually do it, even when I had realized that Sun was probably stuck there.
Yeah, but I remember him saying, he would never leave her again, and I'm thinking he's gonna stick to that. He's gonna stick to it, and he says it again.
Yeah. Which I think for those characters that seems appropriate to me.
Yeah.
I can buy that. It's really brutal that they kept them apart for 3 years, and they get to see each other for like, I don't know, a few hours, a day maybe, before they're both dead.
Yeah, it's really brutal. I did not expect that.
Yeah, really surprising. I remember when we first saw the flash forward where Sun thought Jin was dead, and I thought it was real. I thought he really was dead, I should say. I thought, oh, that's, and that also, we didn't actually know how far the flash forwards were going to be in the story. I sort of thought, okay, that's an ending for Sun and Jin that I can accept. Like he dies somehow, and she just has to go on without him, and I can live with that. But I really didn't think they'd both die.
I think it's just considering they have a daughter, it's so, to me it must have been such a hard choice to just be like, well, it's for Jin, just because he wasn't pinned, but just the idea of deciding to die there instead of raising your daughter.
Yeah.
That's a toughie.
Yeah. Yeah.
Because that's the thing. Like, what do you get out of? What does Jin get out of dying with Sun? What's after he's dead? What does he get? There's no. It's just one of those situations. I totally understand why he chose to stay, but it's just one of those situations where it's like there is no real benefit to just staying there, and dying with her in the long run,
I mean, all he gets is he doesn't have to live with her, leaving her and having her dead.
Yeah. I guess that's enough.
Yeah.
But he also gets his death and his daughter without any parents.
Mhm. Yeah.
And the show just doesn't seem to care. We've talked about Ji-yeon before and the parenting involved there. And the show just really doesn't care.
No.
Like, they set up that the grandmother's watching her, and that's the best they're going to do.
At least they had that in there.
Yeah, at least they had that in there. But still, it's just like, they just really don't seem, that's just, at least for the island, that just doesn't matter. The island doesn't care about Ji-yeon.
No. No, Ji-yeon is really not a big part of the story.
Yeah, that's pretty tough.
It is. Yeah. So it makes that whole thing of Locke of Ben like convincing her to come back, and it makes that seem a lot more tragic since she's just never going back.
I was really hoping, when Sun brings out the ring, that Jin was going to say, "Well, that was supposed to convince you not to come."
Yeah.
I was hoping the real story behind that ring was going to surface. No pun intended. But it didn't.
Wait, what's the pun?
Well, that they drowned.
Oh, okay. Okay, sorry.
Surfacing, subs, drowning.
Okay.
It's in there. It's
okay,
in there.
Sorry. I thought, like, the surface, I don't know. A ring surface? I don't know what that means. Thought it was a very obscure joke, but yeah, okay, I get it. I guess Sun never found out what happened.
Mm-hmm.
Although she did hear Ben say that he murdered Locke.
Yeah.
So if she thought about it, she could maybe put it together.
How would she put it together? Just by knowing that Ben killed Locke?
Well, knowing that, I guess she needs to know some other stuff too, like stuff we saw on the show.
Other stuff. Yeah.
But if she knew that Locke had the ring originally and that's where Ben got it from, I guess she didn't necessarily know when Ben left the island.
Yeah, she would just have to know. The thing she's got to know is that Jin gave someone the ring to convince Sun not to come.
Yeah.
That's the big piece that unless Jin tells her, she's not going to find out.
Yeah. So there's a lingering thing here. I don't even know if it matters anymore, but so which clown was the candidate?
Considering Sun is the one who got trapped, I'm still thinking to me, all the evidence, the little that there is, points to that it was Jin. Jin was the candidate.
Okay.
That's what I'm thinking. Sun seems to get the bad rap most times,
Yes.
Jin is the one who was more involved in sort of the crazier things that were happening.
That's true.
So I want to think it's Jin, but I guess it doesn't matter.
Yeah, I mean, with both of them dead, it seems like a moot point. But
yeah, maybe that's why they did that. Maybe that's why they did that. Of like, well, we want a number to be Quan, but we don't want to have two different numbers for each of them.
Mm-hmm.
So we'll leave it ambiguous as to which one it is, and then kill them both so we never have to answer.
Is that what they did?
Seems like it.
Yeah. Because they definitely set it up. I mean, they asked the question multiple times through the season. Like, they had a lot of different people say it. I don't know which Quan it is or both, And Jacob went and touched them and all that, and I think you're probably right. Jin seems like, if it's one or the other, I think it's Jin.
Yeah.
The other thing that I feel like it's possible is that it would be both. But yeah, I don't see how it could matter at this point.
Yeah, I don't think it can.
So
Sun and Jin have a long history with on the island. I think they were probably my least favorite main characters for a while. Just because their storylines were a little bit more, simple and pedestrian than some of the stuff the other people had. A little bit less interesting, at least to me.
Yeah.
But I think over time they got a lot more interesting. I guess when they got separated, maybe they just got a lot more interesting. Sun in season 4 was great. doing stuff with Widmore.
Yeah.
Um,
Yeah, when Sun approached Widmore and said, "You and I have common interests," that was really shocking to me.
Yeah.
I never thought I'd see a scene like that. And it was very satisfying when she buys the interest in her dad's company, and I'm going to run the show now. And All Fallen Sun was kind of badass.
She got a lot more interesting once she got off the island.
Yeah. They when they were separated, it was like being separated. They were channeling their energies in other ways because they weren't just focused on each other all the time.
Mhm.
And so, Sun off the island was cool, and then Jin on the island was cool.
Yeah.
He got adventures that no one else got.
He totally did.
He got
to blow up in the freighter.
Yeah. He got to hang out with Russo's team for a while.
Yeah, he did.
That was a big one, and now I feel like no one's ever going to know that. I'm so disappointed. I really wanted the story time where they all sit around and talk about stuff.
No, story time's not happening.
I saw it.
He was
close.
Team. He was close when he talked about Montan's arm in the temple crack little hole thing, but he that's the closest he ever came to saying he didn't somebody else mention, or did Locke or somebody mention Jin's time traveling with the French team? I feel like there was another comment about that. Oh, that was Jacob.
Jacob, right?
Yeah, who said, and that's the thing, like, Jacob basically told Hurley this story, but he mentions French team, but he doesn't say Rousseau's team. He doesn't say, of course, that it was back in the 80s.
Yeah.
So it's like Hurley got close to finding that out, too.
Yeah. I guess they sort of found out that Montan lost his arm because of Smokey, which is something we didn't know.
Yeah.
When we originally heard that story. I don't remember who was there when she said that, but I guess Hurley might have been there. I don't remember. A long time ago.
Mhm.
I think he was, though, because I think that was the mission to go to the Black Rock to get the dynamite to blow up the hatch. And that included Arst, and Hurley was definitely there.
Yeah.
So he very well could have heard that story and then found that out. But that's only part of the fun. You missed the rest of it.
Yeah.
He saw that, and he saw Russo shooting Robert.
Yeah.
And him not checking the firing pin.
Yeah.
Man.
Check it.
That was a great moment. That's one of those that works really well. Like, when they originally described it, I thought, usually when they describe stuff and then they show it, it sort of doesn't work. That actually played really well.
Yeah.
I liked that. Even though I knew it was going to happen. I guess I didn't really buy him trying to shoot her.
Yeah, it didn't make sense. So, back to this claiming thing for 1 second, like, yeah, so Robert had to be a real person who was claimed, right? Because if he was an apparition or something, then shooting him wouldn't have made any sense.
Yeah. So also, like, he couldn't be the smoke monster either.
Yeah, exactly. So yeah, what else with Sun and Jan?
I totally agree. I think they had a couple of kind of interesting flashbacks in season 1 that worked.
There were a couple there definitely were a couple that worked.
Yeah, I think somewhere, maybe it was season 2, like the whole truth.
Glass Ballerina.
Yeah, Glass Ballerina. All that stuff with Jay Lee. It kind of got a little boring.
Yeah.
But they brought it home in season 4, and I think they recovered and turned into pretty good characters. And I definitely cared about their plight. It was a little unfortunate that in season 6 they kind of got buried because there was a lot of other stuff going on, And for them, they just kind of got to hang around and say, like, you know, where's my husband? Where's Jin?
Yeah.
Jin's alive, and, you know, I'm going to find Sun, and no, you're not. I'm going to capture you, and, you know.
Yeah.
But it was nice. Jin did go get to, like, hang out in room 23, and I don't know. I think Jin
had a lot of good stuff. Helping with the raft in the early days.
Yeah.
You know, Jin is definitely the fastest English learning person I've ever seen. You know, like he picked it up really quickly.
Yeah.
Yeah, don't forget, Sun made him that little dictionary.
Oh yeah.
For the raft, remember?
Forgot about that. Yes. The phonetic dictionary.
Mhm.
Yeah, the good old days.
Yeah.
Yeah, and he had that whole thing with Michael because they fought about the watch, and then he gives Michael the watch, and
I'm still convinced that something happened with Michael and Sun. I'm still convinced there's a deleted scene where, you know, something weird happened. There was some tension between those two that was never explained.
Yeah. Well, there was that mobisode where it was on the verge of something happening. More so than they ever showed in the show.
Yeah.
So I felt like that mobisode just sort of confirmed that thing that seemed to be there but we never followed up on. Yeah, we meant that. You know, because like they never really did anything with it. It just kind of went nowhere. But I do think part of me thinks that if the show had gone a different way or they had done different plots, they would have developed that more. But
yeah,
they ended up kind of kicking Michael off the show, and so it didn't really work anymore. And you know, they decided to repair her relationship with Jin, and that was part of it too. But I think if the show hadn't, I don't really know what happened in season 2, but I feel like that could have gone somewhere, and they were leaving that possibility open in season 1.
Yeah. Maybe they're going to go with a whose baby is it?
Yeah, a whose baby is it? That'll work. I mean, we talked about that anyway.
Yeah.
With the little that they gave us.
Yep.
You know. And they ended up making it about whose baby is it, Jin's or Jay's.
Yeah, that's true.
You know, so they did go with a whose baby is it thing. They just, Michael was out of the picture, so they didn't even make him a candidate for it. But yeah, anyway, it was even though they weren't my favorite characters, it was still a hard thing to watch. Seeing my favorite characters die, it just will be really bad if it happens.
Yeah.
Because I found it really difficult to watch Sun and Jin die.
Yeah. Well, I have to say most of your favorite characters have already died, right?
Oh.
Most people are dead. So
that's a good point.
The only ones that are left, obviously the ones who are left have to be, our favorites too, of course.
Yeah.
But there a lot of the favorites have died.
You're right. I guess Locke's death was weird because we
didn't get a
Yeah, you know what I mean? Like he got like a backwards death.
It was Locke's death was, I don't even, I think I coped with Locke's death by being really upset with Ben.
Oh.
Like Sun and Jin died in very tragic circumstances, and Locke died, by Ben's hands directly.
Yeah.
It wasn't like, if you were over here, he could have survived, or, if things had gone a little bit differently. I mean, obviously that's true, but I mean, just, it wasn't sort of circumstantial. It was more like Ben just did this. And so it was like, it wasn't the same kind of death, even though it was pretty gruesome to see him hanging there. I still am surprised they showed that on TV.
Oh, yeah.
Like hanging there. But, Yeah, I didn't feel that same way with Locke's death, because I think I was just really just mad at Ben until then. Then you wait a little bit, and then Locke is back.
Yeah.
And then it's like, oh look, Locke is back. Oh, but it's not really Locke, and you forget about him. You're past the fact that he's dead by that point.
Right. Yeah, I think that was definitely part of it too. I think, like, first of all, like, they, we know he's dead. We know he's dead before we know how he died.
Mm-hmm.
They just kind of hit you with, he's in the coffin.
Yeah, that's part of it.
So it's like, okay, what the fuck? Like, if they just cut to a shot of Sun and Jin in a coffin, it wouldn't have the effect of this scene.
Yeah.
It would be like, okay, what the fuck? Like, I don't get it. What happened?
Mm-hmm.
And so we know, and even people are telling Locke, you have to die, John. You're going to die.
Yeah.
That's why they call it a sacrifice. And it's like, Locke is heading for his death.
Yeah, totally.
And so that makes it different. And then, of course, the death itself is kind of just really pathetic.
Yeah.
Like, just being murdered by Ben, not in any way sort of heroic or tragic or whatever, just really depressing and brutal
mm-hmm.
and empty.
Needless, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. And then, like you said, then we see him again, and we don't even know until the end of the season that it's not him.
Mm-hmm.
So we didn't have to cope with him being dead for long, because basically he was alive on the show the entire time.
Yeah.
Seemingly. And then you find out he's dead, and then retroactively it's like, okay, Locke's really dead. Only this season did that start to have impact, I think.
Yeah.
It's been weird. Like, I feel like Locke's death has, when it happened, it didn't have a lot of impact, but now I feel like it's kind of a big thing haunting the show. I feel like that's sort of behind the satisfaction when Jack pushes Locke in the water.
Yeah.
His death and sort of what he meant for the show as a whole looms large, even though the death itself didn't have that much impact.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know. It's a weird contrast because I did like his character a lot, and he got a different kind of death.
Yeah. Yeah, it wasn't like Charlie or Juliet or those people.
Exactly. Yeah. Yeah. Juliet got a great death, and Charlie got a great death.
Mhm. Yep.
So anyway,
anything else with Sun and Jin?
Just one more thing. Jin worked for Dharma.
Jin did work for Dharma.
Gotta throw that in.
Yeah.
I know everybody worked for Dharma at this point, but still.
Yeah, I mean, he was responsible for helping Saeed get, well, he didn't do a whole bunch, but he prevented Saeed from getting shot on the spot.
Yes, that's true. Oh, Radzinski. So many problems.
He's trapped on the island.
Oh, yeah.
If anybody's trapped on the island, Radzinski better be trapped on the island.
He's got to do a lot of whispering to make up for what he did. Yeah, God, he just ends up killing himself. All right, Radzinski. I hope it was worth it. Living your dream.
Yeah. Well, R.I.P. Sun and Jin.
R.I.P. Sun and Jin. I thought you would make it to the finale as well. I didn't think any of these main characters would die before the finale.
Yeah, wow, I can't. This is going to be a crazy last couple of episodes.
Yeah, it's like there's just no turning back. The show is ending. Yeah,
there's 6 characters left on the island, including Locke and Widmore.
Pretty much, yeah.
It's like there's not that many people left. What's going on?
I don't know. Oh, there's that Richard Ben Miles group.
Yeah, I forgot about those guys. Oh man. I don't even know what's gonna happen when they find out what's going on.
Oh God.
Jeez.
Yeah.
So I gotta say, I don't think it was good for Hurley to take the group to Locke.
Yeah, I'm gonna say that too.
That's what he wanted.
Thanks, Michael, for directing them. People are gonna die, Michael.
Yikes.
People did die.
What did Michael want? Jeez, what did he want to happen?
I don't know. I don't trust the ghosts anymore.
I don't know why Hurley says they're more reliable than alive people. It just seems, why?
Yeah. His whole excuse just falls. It just falls flat. Like I don't.
Yeah, it's pretty bad.
Yeah, you're right. Going to Locke was a bad idea. It didn't help at all.
No.
Yeah, it's really getting pared down. I don't know what they're going to... I think those people are going to get involved in the outrigger thing. Beyond that, I have no idea.
Yeah.
What they're doing.
Well, I feel like Frank isn't dead. I don't want to RIP Frank. I don't think he's dead. He could be, but I'm holding out hope that he just got knocked out and he eventually made it out.
Well, if they're going to bring the plane back into play, they need Frank, I think.
Yeah, totally.
So, because Locke can kill Frank.
Mm-hmm.
So he really can threaten him and do something, I guess, to try to get him to fly the plane.
Yeah.
So that would be my reason. And also, they don't clearly establish that he's dead. He just gets knocked out, and they don't really go back to him. That's why I lost track of him.
Mm-hmm.
I remember I went on the forum, and they were talking about how Frank was dead. I was like, really? I missed that part.
Yeah.
I was honestly, I kind of forgot about Frank.
Mm-hmm.
It wasn't even about him anymore. I didn't even remember that he was on there because I was just so freaked out by all the main characters dying.
Yeah.
And Frank's been such a non-entity this season. Just
the one-liner guy.
One-liner every episode. Yeah.
Hey, don't talk about bacon.
Don't talk about bacon. Yeah, weirdest damn funeral I've ever been to.
Mm-hmm.
And I just wish he changed out of that pilot's uniform.
How else do you know who can fly the plane?
Other people get to wear different clothes. I just don't understand.
That's what he's got. He's got to have his wings.
But yeah, I don't think we should RIP Frank until they make it clear. Because I feel like if he's really dead, they'll at least say it.
Yeah, they'll say it.
So we'll RIP Frank if they confirm that he's dead.
Because that's the thing, they didn't say Frank along with Sun and Jin when Kate asked Jack about them.
Yeah.
That would have been the time to be like, yeah, Frank didn't make it.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. There's a good chance he's alive.
Yeah.
And that with Saeed, Hurley wants to go for Saeed, and Jack's like, there is no Saeed.
There is no Saeed, yeah.
So they did that with him too. Of course, I wouldn't. You're not going to make me believe Saeed survived something that blew a hole in the side of the submarine, but
yeah.
Still, they confirmed in dialogue that he was dead. So
yeah, totally.
Just like they did with Sun and Jim, but they didn't even ask about Frank. I'm now convincing myself that Frank's alive.
I think, yeah, I really feel like he's alive. Part of it is wishful thinking. Part of it is just what they showed us.
Yeah. I actually thought he was dead until I started thinking it through. I think there's a really good chance that he's alive.
Yeah, if they wanted to kill him, they could have just killed him. They didn't have to make it ambiguous.
Yeah, absolutely. And that would just be so lame, all that time, and that's it.
Yeah.
You know, because he didn't get to do anything.
So I'll throw out a crackpot theory that's probably that I think is 99% not true.
Okay.
Which is the idea, you know, at the end when Sun and Jin are holding hands and their hands float apart.
Mhm.
What if, like, somebody got Jin? Like, somebody was dragging Jin away.
Oh.
Like, maybe Frank?
Frank is, like, pulling Jin out of there?
Yeah.
Oh, man.
And then Frank and Jin show up next episode.
Well,
I just want to throw that out there. I don't think that's true, but I'll throw it out there.
Yeah. It would be nice. I'd like Jin to survive.
Yeah.
I doubt it, but yeah, you know, it just seemed like a final image of them drifting apart.
Mhm.
But yeah, okay. I 99% don't believe it, but it could be true.
Yeah. Well, I think that's all the RIPs we need.
Yeah.
I'm not RIP'd out.
It's enough. I'm not. You know, when Kate got shot, that really surprised me.
That was a new one.
Just out of nowhere, boom, Kate gets shot, and I'm like, oh shit.
I almost wish Locke shot her.
Oh really?
Only with the idea that he knew that would have made Jack get in the sub.
Oh, okay, right. Because he needs Jack to be on the sub for his plan.
Because he needs Jack to be on the sub. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, it is interesting because Jack has the bomb in his backpack, so if Jack doesn't get on the sub, his plan really isn't going to work.
Yeah.
MIB is depending on a lot to make that plan go through.
He is. He really is.
But I don't know. He did get a few of them. It worked to an extent.
Yeah.
But yeah, okay. Oh man. I will probably have to RIP a couple more characters before this is over.
Oh. I got to tell you, I guess I don't think Jack is going to die, and if he does, it'll be a good death at the very, very, very end.
Yeah.
But it's going to be hard for me to watch Sawyer die. It's going to be hard for me to watch, Kate and Hurley too. It'll be too much. It'll be too much.
Yeah. Yeah. Definitely. I agree. Jack seems like he's the most safe. But I think those other characters. Hurley might be the second in line.
Yeah.
But I think Sawyer's potentially in trouble, and Kate's definitely potentially in trouble.
Yeah. Oh man, it'll be. Oh man, don't kill Kate in front of Jack or Sawyer, please.
Yeah.
Oh man, I don't know if I can handle that. Oh man.
Yeah, because she's not even a candidate, so
yeah,
there's really no safety on her at all.
Yeah. Wow, the show is almost over.
Yeah, we're really at that point where we're talking about stuff like that.
And I hate Jacob. He brings these people to the island. He knew 120 years ago that everyone who comes to the island just dies.
Yeah.
They just end up dead, and it's just like that's true. Even for his chosen people, people he touches and stuff are just like ending up dead left and right, and all for what? There better be a reason that they're doing this.
Yeah.
That's legitimate.
Yeah.
So crazy.
Yeah. No, I agree. Well, I'm sure we'll find out the reason. And, it's going to have to be pretty big to justify this.
Yeah.
They're really torturing the characters.
Totally. Well, you want to go to the next scene?
Yeah, let's go to the next scene.
We flash sideways. John has recovered from surgery and is being escorted out. He pauses when he sees Jen walking down the hallway. Jack catches John before he leaves. He tells John that he went to see his father so he could find out what caused John's injury. John tells him he begged his father to be his first passenger a week after he got his pilot's license. Anthony was afraid to fly, but John told him he could trust him. Something went wrong when they were barely off the ground, and John says it's his fault his father would never walk or talk again. Jack tells John that his father is gone and punishing himself won't bring him back. What happened happened, and John can't let it go. And John can let go. Let it go. Jack says letting go isn't easy. He doesn't even know how to do it. But he hopes that John will go first. John tells Jack goodbye. As John leaves, Jack tells John he can help him and that he wishes he believed him. John stops for a second and then leaves. So I like Jack's line of what happened happened. You can let it go. It's like two big lost phrases in one sentence.
Yeah. Yeah, that seems like a fun game to play. Try to string together.
Yeah.
Because if you don't live together, then we're going to die alone.
Die alone because it's complicated and, you know.
And don't tell me what you can't do. Yeah, no, that was. This is loaded with stuff. Like So we find out that the reason Locke's in a wheelchair is that he was in a plane crash.
Mm-hmm.
So it's like a reversal. Instead of being in the plane crash, taking him out of the wheelchair, he actually puts himself in it, and so it's his fault in this case. Again, Locke is pathetic every timeline. Extremely pathetic.
I think I don't know what Locke wants. You know what John wants. You know, people sort of. You know, Desmond wants Whitmore's approval. I don't know what John sort of wants out of what we've seen besides having Helen. Yeah. Because what it seems like happened is, you know, now he's responsible for his father, you know, not being able to walk and talk. And as much as that seems like a punishment to his father, you know, for, you know, in the main timeline, of course, his father, you know, tricking him and stealing his kidney and tormenting him and all this, and then pushing him out the window.
Putting him in the wheelchair,
Putting him in a wheelchair. It seems like in the alternate timeline, Locke gets his revenge by his father being sort of comatose or whatever, but he has to feel the guilt of that. So it seems like, okay, well, that's not a win-win situation. Yeah. You know, so I don't know I don't really get the point of that. I don't really get why that, you know, why that's the story, that he was in a plane and he begged, and then his father was afraid of flying, you know, for whatever reason. And then just something crazy happened before they were even off the ground, really. You know, that's what was weird, you know. He's like, I don't even know what happened. Yeah. So I don't really get it. I guess the idea is he feels guilt about his father's condition, so he doesn't want to, so he feels like he's punishing himself by staying in the wheelchair. Like he's not worthy of being able to walk again. But I'm trying to, you know, parallel that with the main timeline, and I just don't get it. Do you get it?
Well, get what? Like the parallel?
Yeah. How do these relate? I mean, what's going on? You know, like you said, you know, on the main timeline, a plane crash gives him the use of his legs again, and this alternate timeline, a plane crash takes his legs again. Yeah. But in terms of his relationship with his father, I don't understand the parallels. I don't understand what...
It seems like the relationship with the father, I'm guessing, I don't know, because we didn't really get to see any of it, but I'm guessing that his relationship with his father was different.
So you think it was just probably better up until that point?
Yeah, I'm assuming. Okay. I mean, I could be wrong. It's hard to tell because we didn't really get to see it, but... Yeah. Like... Once he took Locke's kidney, he didn't spend time with him anymore. Mm-hmm. You know, he just you know, conned him into helping him, and then eventually just put him in the wheelchair. Yeah. But he didn't go on these like excursions after he was done with the kidney con.
But do you even think the kidney thing happened at all in the alternate timeline?
Well, that's what I'm saying. I don't even think that happened. Because basically what I'm saying is that if it did happen, I don't think he would have been in this situation.
Yeah.
I don't think he would have gone with Locke on a plane if he had already taken his kidney.
Well,
So
I'm just wondering if maybe he didn't con him out of a kidney, but he still needed his kidney.
Yeah, so he could have been in the middle of it, and that's when it happened. That's definitely possible. But I don't think Locke has any reason to hate him at this point.
Yeah.
That's what I'm inferring, at least.
Yeah.
So
it's a weird story.
So it seems like what he got was, a good relationship with his father, but
why have the guilt of this accident? Why is that part of this reality for him?
I don't know. I mean, I really don't think these realities represent, exactly what they want, like their wish fulfilled. I mean, I think there's more to it than that. I mean, I think they have that element at times, but I don't think that's been consistently true. So.
Well, yeah. I mean, there's usually a downside if it's even a good side.
Yeah.
So maybe that's it. Maybe what he wants is a good relationship with his father, but it leads into this accident. So the downside is now he's got this guilt.
Yeah.
The same with like Desmond. Desmond gets Whitmore's approval, but
right.
he doesn't have Penny.
Yes.
It's
sort of like that. Yeah.
Yeah, that's crazy. So yeah, Jack is saying, he doesn't know how to let things go, and I'm thinking that's obvious by the fact that you just tracked down, went to Bernard, and then you went to see Anthony, and it's like, yeah, it's obvious you don't know how to let things go.
Yeah. Yeah, this is so early season 3 Jack, when he wouldn't let anything go.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was thinking that the whole time. I was like, let it go, Jack.
Yeah.
And then they said it out loud. I can't let things go, so why don't you let things go?
Yeah, he's like, I hope you go first. I don't know, show me how it's done. Like.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, when they originally had the suicide letter that Locke's in where it said, I wish you had believed me, I remember being disappointed that it wasn't, I don't know what I wanted, but that it was just so kind of vague and kind of, lame. But actually now it kind of works because it's such a vague statement that it applies in a lot of situations.
Yeah. So much about this show is about trust,
Yeah.
It's about trust and having faith in somebody else, and that's really what that was about.
Yeah. It bothered me how unspecific it was, but I think, now they can play around with it.
Yeah.
Because it can apply to so many different situations. And so it looks like a good choice. Because they can use it here and it works.
Well, they say hindsight is, I don't know, some specific number.
You don't remember the exact figure?
I don't remember the exact figure, but they say something about hindsight.
Right. I think I've heard that one.
Yeah, yeah.
I wish I could help. I can look it up on Wikipedia or something, but
hindsight 60-40 or something like that.
Yeah. That's probably
something close.
Yeah.
Hindsight's worth 1,000 words.
Yeah. That sounds good.
All right, you want to go to the last scene? It's pretty quick. I guess I'll just say it and we can just continue to talk.
Okay.
We're back at the dock at the Hydra Island. Locke tells Claire the sub sank, but not all of them are dead. He grabs his pack and gun and heads out to finish what he started. Another lost line. Lost.
Yeah. Clean up my mess.
Yeah, clean up my mess, exactly. So I think it's interesting how he can sense who's dead or alive.
Yeah.
It's pretty crazy.
It is.
That's the kind of thing that made me think he might, there might be something to the idea he gets stronger or something. The fewer people who are on the island or the fewer candidates who are there, like he can sort of sense that or something.
Yeah. Yeah, like I'm wondering what would happen. I don't want to see this. I'm wondering what would happen if all the candidates are dead.
Yeah, I don't know. I guess you can be like, I can go now. And then he just,
I can go now.
I can go now. Yeah, I hope he says that. I love it.
The island's done with me.
The island's done with me now. Yeah, I don't know what would happen. I mean, I feel like the island itself, like something would happen with the island itself when Jacob and all the candidates are gone. Like there would be something that would actually happen physically with the island. I don't know what though.
Yeah, like for me, this kind of it calls into question. I guess, like you said, there's still the plane in play, but like the sub's gone. I mean, no one's leaving on the sub, and the plane can easily be taken out of commission. So I mean, it's looking less and less likely there's going to be a vehicle. I guess I was wondering if maybe he was lying and he actually can fly over the water. He just can't leave because of the candidates.
Mhm.
And so if he did kill them, he might just, take off.
Yeah.
And waft away.
But I wanted to believe something that like if all the candidates are dead and Jacob was gone, that somehow he'd get his body back. Like, do you think he'd revert? Would he still be in Smokey form? Like I don't know if he would still have that Smokey form.
Yeah, maybe not. Maybe not.
And he could just maybe he would just be stuck like Locke, but not able to transform into Smokey. Maybe, I don't know. I mean, I don't even know why he can in the first place. So.
Well, yeah.
Besides the fact that he bloody can.
Right. Do you need more of a reason than that?
I bloody don't.
Yeah. That's a good point. I guess I didn't imagine him ever not being Smokey anymore. I guess I thought sort of the thing Jacob did to him was irreversible.
Mm-hmm.
He was just Smokey forever.
Yeah, that could be it. Yeah.
But your thing seems plausible too. It just nullifies the process, whatever it was. But then it seems to me like he would just die or something.
I don't know, yeah.
If he was just a man.
Yeah.
But since his plan wasn't to leave with them all together, it just makes me wonder what he actually wants to do as far as leaving.
Yeah.
Is he planning to just leave by himself? I still wonder where he's supposed to be going.
His old house in Toledo.
Oh, okay.
Obviously.
Right.
House he grew up in.
Mhm.
Right off of Main Street.
Wow. There's still a Main Street there?
Oh, yeah. In the historic district.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't know either. I'm sort of out of things to say about what would happen with Locke once they're all dead. I don't know if we'll see that or not, but I don't really know. Yeah, I think you're onto something though. The fact that he keeps talking about, he was always talking about leaving with them. But it's probably exactly, obviously that's not what he wanted to do, but that seems to be, specifically true. This idea that he would always, he seemed to say a lot of the things he wanted to happen, and what he really wanted was the opposite or something.
Right. It just makes me reevaluate what his end goal is. Because obviously he was lying about some stuff. I mean, I don't think he was lying that he wants to leave. I mean, we saw him say that in a private conversation with Jacob.
Well, if the Man in Black doesn't want to leave the island, I don't know what show I'm watching.
Yes. No, I'm absolutely convinced that he wants to leave the island.
Yeah.
I guess it doesn't seem as straightforward as it did when I just thought he wanted to get everyone on a plane and leave.
Mhm.
So I'm curious. Also, like, it is kind of weird to see him sort of just in action, just kind of shooting at people.
Mhm.
And he breaks the guy's neck. It's weird to see him just be like a normal just a normal kind of, I don't know, badass guy.
Yeah.
As opposed to Smokey form.
Mhm.
You know, which obviously can do a lot of stuff, but like we get a lot of like action Locke in this.
Yeah, it's cheaper on the effects budget.
There goes that cynical Claude.
Cynical or realistic?
No, I mean definitely realistic.
I'm just saying is all. You know? Give Terry O'Quinn something to do.
All right. That's true. It's still knowing that he can do more than that. It's weird to see, you know.
Yeah.
I get it in the scenes where he's talking to people and they have him running around sometimes, but you know, especially because they show him impervious to bullets and stuff, so he's still more than human. It's just, I don't know.
Yeah. Is he more human than human?
I wouldn't say that.
All right. Too far.
Too far.
One of the things I think we might see, just in terms of a sort of long-term prediction, is an actual shot of Locke turning into Smokey or Smokey turning into Locke. I'm wondering if they're saving that.
Yeah. If they're gonna show it, I think they're definitely saving it.
Yeah.
Because they've dodged it over and over and over again.
Mhm.
So I think I really don't know what that would look like. I could also see them never showing it.
Yeah.
The conference is scheduled to be broken down automatically.
What do you think?
5
minutes. To extend the time by 60 minutes, press *8.
Yeah, I think I can imagine it. I mean, you know, to me it would sort of look like what would happen when he scanned Richard. You know, like the column would sort of coalesce into a sort of vertical shape, and then and then condense until it starts to, you know, the black smoke color condenses into having an actual outline of Locke, and then it sort of fades into looking like Locke.
Mm-hmm.
And that's just a general idea, you know. I've seen people morph before, you know, so.
This ain't my first morph seeing.
I've met other shapeshifters, all right? That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, I mean I have too. I've seen Deep Space Nine. The only reason I find it hard to imagine is that Lost has never shown anything like that.
Yeah.
You know, they've always shied away from that the entire run of the show. So it will be kind of surprising to see an actual transformation.
Yeah. I almost feel like they need to. I feel like that's a nice reveal that can save till the end.
Yeah. I mean, they're going to have to do something. So at this point, I mean, any thoughts on where they're going from here? Like, I really don't know. I mean, at this point, all the people that Jack's with, except for Kate, I mean, they're candidates, and they know that Locke wants to kill them. So he's going to have a hard time. I mean, what's he going to do?
That's what's strange is it seems like the best he can do is set them up to die or convince other people to try to kill them.
Yeah.
So I don't really know. I'm can he not just knock down a tree and have it fall on them? I guess not.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I was going to say earlier. This whole idea of not being able to kill the candidates, I almost feel like it's just a contrivance that they wrote into the story so that Smokey couldn't have just killed everyone from the beginning of the show. This whole idea about the rules, I feel like the rules only exist because it's better for the... Not that there won't be a real reason for it, but I feel like the real reason for it is that it's better for the show if the villain can't just kill all the heroes right away.
Yeah, that would be the obvious question. Like, if he could kill him now, why didn't he kill him in the pilot?
Yeah, exactly.
Like, he easily could have just gone on the beach and killed everybody, no problem.
And then somebody asked that to Carlton and Dame, and they're like, because of the rules. Like, what rules? Like, the rules we're writing right now.
Yeah, you're right. So then this conversation probably happened. So we're going to have these rules. We're going to have a reason for them, and then that turns into part of the story.
Yeah, that turns into the backstory, or however the initial setup of the island and Smokey and stuff. How that came to be. It'll figure into that. But
I think you're right, though. That's. I mean, they've had that a lot of times. I mean, I think the contrivance of Smokey not being able to change forms, I think, was just so they, we wouldn't be questioning if everybody was Smokey. That we see, and the spring not working anymore, because it would be a cop out if they just had this thing that just heals everybody that they can just go to. So they didn't want that available. So I think they definitely do stuff just to make the story work.
So, in terms of where the story's going here, it's anybody's guess. I feel like I don't know. What do I think would happen next? Something like, I feel like Jack and his group would want to. They're going to have to find Richard in that group. So, either they just happen upon each other, or Jack says we need to go find them. Part of me wants to think they would try to go find some sort of shelter, some sort of protected place, like the temple maybe. Not that I think it's protected anymore, but they might think it is or something. Part of me thinks they would want to regroup somewhere, but Locke is sort of headed towards them, so they don't have much time. Yeah, it's so strange. I mean, don't forget Widmore's still in play, too. He's still alive.
I know.
So, wait a minute. Did the Lofties, did they wash up on the Hydra Island or the main island?
I don't even know.
I guess I just sort of subliminally thought it was the main island, but I guess it would make more sense that it's the Hydra Island.
I thought it was the Hydra Island, but I don't think they made it totally clear.
Yeah, I don't think they did either. If it's the main island, then I would say, they're going to meet up with Richard's group pretty soon here. And if it's the Hydra Island, then I would say Widmore's going to come back into play immediately.
Yeah.
And then there's Desmond, too. Oh, that's what they're going to do. They're going to go get Desmond.
They're going to have to go get Desmond.
Jack's group is going to go get Desmond. That's exactly what they're going to do. Yeah, there it is.
Okay.
That was easy. I forgot.
Yeah.
Now, what Desmond's going to do to Locke, it's going to be good, whatever it is. It's going to be good.
Yeah.
I almost feel like something like, Locke turns into Smokey and wants to try to kill them. But if Desmond's there, then somehow he can, I don't know, it's almost like if the idea is that Desmond can absorb electromagnetism without getting killed, then maybe he can sort of absorb Smokey or something. Smokey has some, electric lightning bolts that go through him, and so maybe that's part of him too,
Yeah.
So maybe somehow Desmond can I don't know, absorb Smokey, or I don't know. I can't. That's what I can't picture is what's the face-off between Desmond and Smokey look like.
Yeah. I can't picture that either. That I just have no idea what Desmond is supposed to do.
Yeah. And then there's still the pockets of electromagnetism Zoe mentioned. So maybe maybe Desmond is supposed to go to one of the pockets and je ne sais quoi.
Yeah, all I can imagine. I mean, the best I can think of is he somehow harnesses and channels the electromagnetic energy, and he becomes electromagnetic man and just starts shooting.
Don't say he starts zapping electromagnetism out. Come on, we're not gonna go that far, are we?
Well, probably not, but that's all that comes to mind.
Yeah.
Did you ever see Ernest Goes to Jail?
Yeah.
That's basically what I'm envisioning.
Okay. I don't remember it, but I think I know what you're talking about.
Oh, okay. Yeah, he gets struck by lightning or something. Like he starts to get the ability to just like shoot lightning out of his hands.
Mm. So it was a documentary.
It was very realistic.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what Desmond's gonna do, but
or maybe they'll shove him in the electromagnetism.
Maybe.
Like push him in it. I don't know what that's supposed to do, but you know, he can't go.
Oh, maybe.
Go ahead.
I was gonna say maybe if there's a well or something that's dug pretty deep and it's close to one of the pockets, maybe Desmond could grab Locke and then take him down there, and then hold him down there and and hold him until where the pocket is, and then that'll kill Locke or something. But Desmond will survive because he can, or maybe he won't survive. But the idea is he could survive long enough, because he's got this power.
Yeah.
Maybe something like that. Ugh.
It still sounds weird.
You push me down a well, brother. I'll push you down a well.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, suffice it to say, I can't wait to see what happens next.
Yeah, me either. I'm
You sure you don't want to take a week off next week?
No, you know what? I'm gonna say no more weeks off.
No more weeks off? All right.
Let's go straight to the end. This is the home stretch.
I say we wait a couple months to watch the finale.
I say we
let the season cool off and then we watch.
It's cool enough.
It's just heating up.
That week off was the season cooling off.
Yeah, it was.
This is the final run. And I don't know. I guess I'm not surprised, but I also am a little surprised that, the fundamental stuff about the show I'm still really clueless about.
Mhm.
And also I don't really know where the story's going. I mean, I have some vague sense that, Locke wants to kill the candidates and they have to stop Locke from leaving the island, and the alternate timeline has to realize their connection and I don't know what else. I have some vague sense of where things are going, but, specifically, I really have no idea.
Well, I feel like they're in line for at least one more Dharma or island weird, weird supernatural techno something structure or device or something. I feel like there's one more mystical plot device that will come into play here, like the donkey wheel, like
another lighthouse kind of thing.
I feel like we should get at least one more of those, one more interesting little thing.
Okay, you're probably right.
Yeah, I'm also wondering if the Losties in the Flash Sideways will somehow affect the takedown of Locke in the main timeline.
Yeah. I can't imagine that they won't. I mean, they spent a huge portion of the season on that, and if they don't, I'm sure they're going to tie it in somehow, and I feel like it'll tie in a way that matters. Like,
what if somehow the Losties in the Flash Sideways make it to the main timeline island?
Ah!
So
and we have, 2 Jacks and Sawyers and...
Well, maybe only the ones who are dead come back or something.
Oh, okay.
There's no overlap, but or duplication. There's overlap instead, and then I don't know. It's a bad theory, but I'm just wondering if somehow, he can be full. It can be the sort of the twist is that he thinks he killed all the candidates, but here's a whole other group of candidates that get back in time.
Or then there was your theory that they're gonna trap Smokey in the Sideways universe.
Yeah. That kind of sort of relates to that. Some transfer of personnel between the two timelines.
Yeah.
The two universes.
Yeah. So you can go to the Sideways universe and just, I don't know what. His home should be there too.
Should be.
Maybe you can just go home there and be happy. Happy Smoke Monster. Everybody got what they wanted, even Smokey.
Even Smokey. Happily ever after.
Yay!
That might be a twist ending for Lost.
That would be a twist.
If all the people who are left end up happy.
Yeah. Yeah. Home at last.
Mhm. Yeah. Oh man, I can't wait to see what happens. But
yeah.
well, this has been a fairly short podcast for us.
Yeah, especially for this season.
Yeah, I think the fact that there were less scenes in this episode because a couple of the scenes were just a lot of action.
Really long, yeah. Listening to
really
descriptions
long action
was like
scenes.
Exhausting. It was.
So, not as much discussion when there's fewer scenes, but
basically, yeah. And also, like in action scenes, there isn't as much to talk about. Cause
yeah. Do you think Jack gave Saeed the bomb? Yeah, because I saw him do it. Oh, okay. All right.
Exactly.
But, yeah, pretty good. You got anything else you want to talk about?
I'm just going to shrug off for the moment that whole you talk to him so you're with him now thing. I mean, it seems like all they got out of that was, just that little line with Jack saying I'm with him.
Mhm.
But I never got the sense that Jack was somehow influenced by him in some ridiculous way. It seemed like Jack was just doing the thing he thought he should do.
Yeah, that line from Claire did not really come to fruition at all. I mean, especially since very shortly after Jack jumps off the ship.
Yeah.
And then as soon as he talks to Locke again, he immediately is telling, because, I was wondering about that. Like, if you want to leave the island, why go with Locke's crew? But, of course, he just ended up there.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's interesting. It's interesting that, and then he immediately tells Locke that, he's not leaving.
Yeah.
And the whole time, Locke is like, fair enough, Jack. I understand your position. All right, well, I hope you just, the whole time, he doesn't say, I'm going to kill you if you don't join,
Mm-hmm.
Like, he just says, okay, fine, until the last minute,
Yeah. Yeah. I knew he wouldn't be able to let him stay, so I was, I actually thought it was going to be different. I thought it was going to be about him having to force Jack to come, and that would be sort of the point, but yeah, I was wrong about that.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, it was a very enjoyable episode, very exciting, but yeah, it's definitely less stuff to talk about.
Yeah, and it might be that way, for the rest. There's going to be probably less plot and more action from this point on. I can imagine.
Yeah, to a certain extent.
This seems like the next 5 hours are just like one long finale.
Yeah, I feel like the finale's already started.
Yeah, I feel like this was the beginning of the finale, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, like I said, anytime the Losties are on some sort of vessel thinking they're leaving, it's a finale, right?
Yeah. It really is. Yeah. For the most part, I mean, if main characters die, it's a finale.
Yeah.
They don't usually do that.
Crazy. All right, well.
But, there's also that Season 6 retrospective, so if you haven't listened to that already, it's there.
Yep. Definitely check out our Season 6 retrospective about the first 13 episodes of this season if you already haven't, that we posted earlier this week. And that's about 10 or so hours of Lost Lowdown this week. That's pretty good, I think.
Yeah, it'll do.
Yeah, it'll do. As Miss Hawking would say, God help us all in terms of how long our finale podcast is going to be.
Yes. Indeed.
Don't even know.
I'm afraid.
Clear your schedules, boys and girls.
Yes. Yes.
Plan to do nothing for at least a week.
Yeah, it was pretty deep in the summer that we were still getting messages about people finishing last year's
Oh yeah.
finale podcast. I think
I think some people got were able to make that finale podcast last a long time.
Yeah, I think this one will be like that as well. I really can't anticipate, but it's an overall show thing. I'm sure there will be plenty to say.
Mhm. Yeah, there will be plenty to talk about. The entire series, in fact.
Yeah.
But,
once again, it's really hitting me, this big show that it's just really obsessed me for a long time. It's just ending. It's really, really, really close to ending. We're gonna find out the biggest secrets there are about this show really soon.
Mhm.
We're gonna know what the island is.
Yep, any day now.
We're going to know who Jacob and the Man in Black are, probably how the Man in Black got that way.
Yeah, why his mom is crazy.
Why his mom is crazy. God.
Crazy mama.
Crazy mama. Those growing pains.
Yeah. Maybe by that he meant Leonardo DiCaprio had to move into his house.
I hope so. See, I had growing pains.
See?
Get it?
Yeah. We can all hope that it's that good, right?
Yes, we can.
All right, so anything else about this episode before we wrap it up?
No, I guess not. We will be back next week.
We surely will.
For more podcasting, and a week after that, and then it's the finale.
Yep. Yeah, I hear there's going to be like 5 or something or 6 hours of Lost that weekend.
Oh, it's a lot. It's insane.
Yeah, we'll have to get the schedule and talk about on the podcast what's playing when. But do you know offhand?
I know some of it. They're gonna replay the pilot on Saturday, I think, and then on Sunday, I think there's gonna be 2 hours of recap.
Ooh.
So yeah, because it's the whole show, they're gonna recap.
Yeah.
And
that's going to be a great recap, because like I said, the previous recap before season 6 of just the way that they streamline the story and tell you the major points, it's just interesting to see.
Yeah.
And it'll be interesting to see them recap the whole thing thus far, in 2 hours. Get all of Lost in 2 hours.
Right. It'll probably give you hints about how to interpret the story.
Yeah.
And how to see, what the key moments were and how you should view things. I definitely found the recap before this season to be helpful.
Yeah.
To understand what the point was, because there's a lot of details on Lost. We spend a lot of time talking about them, and
it points you in the right direction.
Yeah, like a lot of times I get lost on what the overall story is supposed to be. So there's 2 hours of recap, and then the finale episode, which is now 2.5 hours. And then after that, there's a post-show hour, I think. I think it's Jimmy Kimmel doing it, and I think David and Carlton will be on there. And
they can finally do an interview and not be coy.
Yeah, that's true.
It'll be interesting to see them. I wonder if they'll just be coy by default and be like, "Oh wait, no, we can actually answer this."
I don't know, Carlton.
What do you think the island is? Oh, you guys saw the finale? Oh, okay, well.
Yeah, that's gonna be kind of crazy.
Yeah.
Although they are kind of bunkering down and sort of trying to say that they're not necessarily going to have a press conference where they answer all the questions that people have.
Oh, of course, yeah.
Because they could spend a long time doing that.
Yeah.
Probably. So yeah, I think in total it's going to be something like, looks like about 5.5 hours of Lost stuff on Sunday.
Mhm. That's crazy.
In addition to the pilot replaying on Saturday.
That's a lot of Lost.
It is a lot of Lost.
It's almost like a lowdown podcast.
Almost.
But actual Lost stuff, you know.
Right. Yeah, that's the
stuff.
difference.
Wow, craziness. Craziness.
Very craziness.
All right, everybody. Well, thanks for listening as always. We'll be back next week. Until then, thanks and namaste.
Namaste and good luck.